This is Lala, and today I'm getting around to finally ranking the challenge seasons. I'm going to do it in the similar way that I did the Big Brother seasons, where obviously I broke down each season into the categories in prior videos, and then now I'm just going to rank each season from last to first, and then talk about all of the categories. With my Big Brother list, I took bits and pieces of what I said about each of the seasons from the prior videos and put it in a long compilation, but I'm just not going to do that here because one, there's 40 seasons, and I really don't want this to be too long, though I don't know how long this will be by the time I end it, but it pretty much will be the same format as the Big Brother ones if you watch that. But if you haven't, I'm just going to explain it anyway. So I did 4 prior videos when it comes to the categories of the challenge that I'm ranking each season on. I ranked them based on the format, the cast, the drama, and the politics in 4 separate videos. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add all of those categories up for each season to come up with a median. And the rankings for this video will be based on the medians that I have here. And then I'll put the scorings on the system. If there are ties, and there are quite a few ties on this list, I'm going to break the tie by my first impressions list, which I made while I reviewed each season, and I had a list of the 40. But that was based off just my first impressions, not me going more into quantitative detail like I have with the 4 categories. So I hope that explains it all, and we could get right to the list. So the dead last position of the show at 40th is Real World Road Rules Challenge, or otherwise known as Real World versus Road Rules, with an overall median of 38.75. So it being this low really isn't shocking. I was somewhat shocked that it wasn't last, but now that I really think about it, it definitely makes a lot of sense. So looking at the score, it had the overall, looking at the categories, it got 37 in format, 39 in cast, 40 in drama, and 39 in politics. So let's get to the lower score when it comes to the cast and when it comes to the categories, and that is the drama where it's at 40th. Yeah, even compared to the earlier seasons, there's very little drama on this season, and it was virtually non-existent. There was the situation where Montana and Beth refused to do the jumping challenge, but that wasn't much. And then Montana had that weird relationship with that guy. I don't remember his name, but I don't. You could barely like counting that as drama was just a stretch. Even the other 3 seasons of the first 4 seasons had much more notable, consistent, and heavier drama. So this being at 30th, or sorry, at 40th, definitely makes sense. So it's tied when it comes to the cast and politics at 39th, which is second to last. There is no politics on the season due to the format where no one goes home. And while this is the first season with opposing teams, no one went home, and there's no need for strategy. When it comes to the cast, I put it at 39th, not just because it's an early season, but when you really look at it, a lot of these people never come back for another season, and they weren't notable on this season. And even the people that are notable from the season, like a Beth and a Mark, weren't really memorable here at all. They are lesser versions of themselves. Even people like Ronnie, Kefla, Anne, and Montana weren't that good here. Honestly, it was just pretty boring all the way around. I feel like out of the first 4 seasons, this cast had the most red t-shirt people. There really just isn't much to discuss there. And this season's arguably the most irrelevant when it comes on a casting point of view. And the highest category that it got overall was in its format, and it's only at 37th, which really just doesn't say much. And I'm pretty sure I only have it as 37th instead of 38th or 39th because this season was a lot shorter than the following 2 seasons. So while the Real World versus World Rules format when it comes to the 2 opposing teams was better than the format in the first season, and I really don't like the fact that no one went home throughout the entire season. It at least was only 6 episodes instead of double or 3 times the amount in length compared to the other two seasons. So that's really all I have to say about the season. It really isn't fun to watch. It's really dated, and even compared to the earlier seasons, especially the first four seasons, there's just not much meat to this at all. And for decades, this was technically the first challenge season, so it doesn't even have that excuse, unlike the first season, where it technically wasn't a challenge season for decades afterwards, where this was always a challenge season, and for the first one, not very good. At 39th is Road Rules All Stars with a score of 38. It really isn't shocking that this season is this low. Heck, for decades after, or years after the season filmed and aired, it wasn't a challenge season, but it was retroactively added as a challenge season. And you can just really feel that this is more so a Road Rules spin off because, one, okay, let's just get to the score so I don't have to waste much time on it. So, when it comes to the format and politics, it scored a 40 on both. When it comes to the drama, it scored a 39. And when it comes to the cast, it scored a score of 33. And I think that saved it from being dead last. So, anyways, when it comes to the format, yeah, it's pretty much a Road Rules spinoff where they're all living in a van. There's no competitive element towards it because they were all one team. They weren't competing against one another, and as long as you did the few tasks, you win. The season was very short. It was 5 episodes, and there's nothing challenge about it. So yeah, dead last when it comes to the format. Due to there not being any competitive elements to the season because they're all on one team and no one going home, and they're not really being challengers like that. Obviously, the politics was at dead last because there was no need for there to be politics. The format was structured in a way where there couldn't be politics, and that's the case for a lot of these earlier seasons. So that's over and done with. And when it comes to the drama, I did have it at 39th because there's only so much drama you can do on a 5 episode season where there's no competitiveness in it whatsoever. We did have the dynamic where it was kind of Eric versus everyone else. That's better than the drama that was on the second season, hence it being higher. And I think Cynthia got into a few arguments with a few of them. So that's really why better drama than its immediate successor, but nothing else to it. When it comes to the cast, I ranked it as 33rd because looking at it, it's actually pretty okay. We saw the start of Rachel and Sean's love story where they would eventually get married and they'd have a bunch of children together, and they're still together. Though they're kind of problematic in the real world, but I didn't have an issue with them just watching them on the show. Cynthia and Eric were definitely the bigger personalities of the cast, where Cynthia was very fun and relatable, but if you piss her off, she's going to respond. And she was just very funny and relatable here. Eric was kind of the drama person of the season. He had the huge ego and definitely caused for some conflict throughout the show, though it's unfortunate he kind of loses this in his future appearances after this. And John's kind of just there, but he wasn't as annoying or as useless as he would be in future appearances. So, yeah. Anyway, that's all I care to say about this season, and let's move on. At 38 is Extreme Challenge with an overall score of 34.25. So I'm not shocked this season is this low at all. I always kind of knew that it was better than the first two seasons, but it was always going to be the third worst, even when I was watching it live. When it comes to the scores, it got 39 in the format, 23 in the cast, 38 in the drama, and 37 in the politics. So I put it at 39th when it comes to the format because despite it being better than the prior two seasons, obviously it had the two teams from the two shows going against one another. I didn't like that no one went home. It made it a chore to watch. I think I ranked this at 39th compared to even Real World Rules Challenge, and especially Challenge 2000, is because this season's like 15 to 16 episodes long. So we have this boring format where no one goes home and nothing really happens, and they make it 3 times as long as the second season, so it makes the already weaker format drag even more. So that's why I put it second last when it comes to the category of the format. When it comes to the drama, there wasn't a whole lot of it. There was the awkward Ayana Christian situation where she hit him because he made a racial comment. There was the whole Cyrus and James situation where he yoked her up. There might have been a few other moments, but it's not a whole lot memorable when it comes to the drama of the season. That's why I put it at 37th. But the stuff that does happen when it comes to the drama, while not the most interesting, is somewhat notable, especially compared to the drama in the first 4 seasons, which is why it's at 38th. When it comes to politics, it's at 37th. Obviously, there's no point in having any politics during this format because you can't send anyone home, and it's literally just like competing with your team. You're all making it to the final anyways. I put it at 37th, mainly because it's the newest season out of the first 4 seasons when it comes to the format. And it's a bit longer, so I guess when it comes to the politics, that's the stretch that I use to kind of justify ranking it higher than the other 3 in this category. So the highest score that I gave this season is in the cast, where I ranked it at 23rd. And just by looking at the cast, it's pretty decent. Christian, not the most likable, but he had the fish out of water thing. Emily was tolerable, but still kind of entertaining here. James was a complete douche, but he made the season a bit more interesting. Glacia was kind of just the goofball. Rest in peace to Michelle, although she didn't really do much. Susie herself was also kind of a bore on this season, though she's more infamous and polarizing on other seasons. Ayana, during her short one, was very interesting and was clearly going through a lot. It was interesting watching Julie because she was edited as the girl, but she clearly had a lot more going on there. Dan was decent enough here, but he would be better on other seasons. Jamie's a dud, and that's unfortunately just the thing with him. Camilla was okay. Rebecca was kind of a dud too, and Cyrus was cool enough. Probably had one of the bigger personalities out of the men. So that's why I have the extreme challenge here. At 37th is the final season within the first 4 season sub era, which is the Challenge 2000. And this season was literally 0.25 or 0.26 points from escaping 37th and being higher than another season, which we'll get to soon enough. So this season almost broke the streak when it came to the first 4 seasons. Anyways, while I was watching it, and while I watched it the first time and every time since, I always knew that this season was the best of the first 4 seasons, so I'm not shocked at all that it is higher than the others, but it's still only fourth last. Looking at the categories, it got a 38 in the format, a 22 in the cast, 37 in the drama, and 38 in the politics. So essentially, the cast really saved this season. So when it comes to the 2 categories where it got 38, the format, I put it at 38 below Real World Road Rules because despite having the same format with the 2 teams where no one goes home, they gave the Challenge 2000 more episodes, so it made it more dragged out in comparison to Real World Road Rules, where it was only 6 episodes and it was done pretty quickly. When it comes to the politics, I put it at 38 because out of the first 4 seasons, it's the second most recent and it's longer, so it would make sense for there to be more politics. But really, there was no politics in it, hence it being here. When it comes to the drama, I did have it at 37th because there's consistent drama throughout the season, so there was more than the others in this sub era when it comes to the first 4 seasons. We had Los versus his team, which definitely got uncomfortable at times because he didn't want to be there. They didn't understand where he was coming from, and there's just a lot of contention there. Obviously, we had the Los versus Piggy thing, where this is like the 1999 version of biracial versus black, which we can go on and on and on and on about that, and I've made my commentary about that here and there. I'm sure there's other drama too that I just don't remember off the top of my head, but I guess there's a bit more competition between the two teams. I remember during the farming challenge they were going at it a lot, and I think this was the season where one team decided to prank the other with pretending that there was a task. So the other team that was being pranked did a task for no reason. So at least there's some of that. When it comes to the cast, I ranked it pretty high, or at least compared to at least for an earlier season at 22nd, and I really did like a lot of that cast. I found David to be very fun and chill. Heather was a gold mine, though I get why she didn't do another season. Tech was also someone who was very hilarious. Veronica definitely caused some drama. Lois was definitely uncomfortable because he didn't want to be there and all the other racial stuff, but he brought that, I guess. Piggy was hilarious, though you could definitely tell she amped up the careness at times. Veronica, it was interesting watching her here because she wasn't the villain that she's been known or she will become to be known as later on in her career, but there are still signs of it's there. I didn't mind Holly. Dan was boring and yes was pretty cool. I feel like the cast had a really interesting dynamic and they bounced off one another very well together. And for that, even for an earlier season, even with some of the other seasons within the era that came after this, where there are a lot of red t-shirts people, this season did pretty good when it comes to casting. And I think that's one of the reasons why I have this season and Extreme Challenge a bit higher when it comes to the cast, because there aren't many red t-shirts compared to, let's say, the Battle of the Sexes seasons, Battle of the Seasons, and a few of those other ones. At 36th is Spies, Lies, and Eyes with a score of 33.5. So remember when I mentioned that the challenge 2000 was 20, sorry, 0.26 point away from being 36? That meant that Spies, Lies, and Eyes was 0.26 point away from being 37. And honestly, I'm just laughing because I didn't like this season, but based off my first impressions, right after watching the season, comparing it to the other seasons I just watched, it wasn't this low. So I found it interesting that when I broke the seasons down into categories, the season just got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So it being fifth last and it being the last season that isn't from the first four seasons, and of course the last non-era one season is just so effing fitting. So let's look at the scores when it comes to the categories. So it got a 30 on the format, 37 on the cast, 31 on the drama, and 36 on the politics. So it literally didn't score any higher than the 30s categories. So I guess that's why it's at 36. So its lowest score is in the cast, and yeah, this is just pretty self explanatory. While a decent amount of the rookies had some potential if they were built off in the future, that never really happened, and only a few came back. They casted a lot of people from international countries where there was no challenge. They didn't know what the show was. A lot of them had um, issues communicating because they didn't speak English, and it's just really unfair to put them in that position. And they cast a bunch of rookies who did not know one another, which kind of goes against the point of the challenge, since you're supposed to build off of the relationships with the vets and the newbies that knew some of the vets and knew some of the other rookies that they're competing against because they came from another show. And most of the rookies were just dull as they were a wallflower. They let the vets run all over them, and most of them were booted pretty quickly. And even the ones that lasted long, like Logan, Emmanuel, and Ed, or Bettina, didn't really do much worthwhile. And Emmy was just horrendous to watch. Um, and the vet side wasn't any better. A lot of them were just on the last season, but they ruined it because at least there was tension with these vets last season, but they all agreed to work together this season. So it squashed all of that and it made it very boring to watch. I could tell that they were all just kind of phoning it in, and a lot of the situations just seemed very fake to me. So when it comes to the politics, I ranked it at 36 because essentially it was the vets booting all of the rookies because there's so much of them, and they knew that the longer that they stayed on, the higher they'd get paid, the more they get brand sponsorships due to them being on the show, and the more they'll be on social media. So they essentially just coasted due to this. It really made it boring, and we're going to move on to the format, which definitely led into the boring politics that happened, where I ranked the format of it at 30th. I'm shocked I ranked it that high, to be honest. I think I ranked it at 30th because it could have been decent with a better cast, or if they didn't cast so many rookies with the randomly changing partners after someone won an elimination. You could see our partners. I didn't care for the three teams twist in the second half of the season, and that definitely ruined things, especially when we're getting to the point at the end of the first half where the vets would have to be nominated and sent into elimination, and stakes really had to be built, but they got rid of that because they wanted their 19 episodes. Typically, the format was the highest score, which I'm kind of shocked by. Anyways, when it comes to the drama, I have it at 31st. So while editing the Spice Lice and Allies video, which is on my Vimeo, check that out on my other channel. It was a bit more than I thought. Some of the deliberations were very entertaining. I definitely liked the Josh Fessel and Amber situation that took off in those first few episodes. Corey versus Huey was something. Amanda tried to make it interesting in the second half, but it just didn't really work out. And it felt like a lot of the fight and stuff in the second half of the season was either them just putting on for the camera, or you didn't really feel anything because there's really no stakes at all. Nothing was really going to change, so you didn't really give an F at all. Anyways, that's all I have to say about Spies, Lies, and Allies. It definitely ages worse the more you look into it and the more you rewatch it, and it's the worst season, in my opinion. Me being unbiased after the first 4 seasons, which barely are the challenge. So, yeah. At 35th is Battle for a New Champion with an overall score slash median of 31. And I can't believe another Era 4 season's out just like that. And it's a late Era 4 season. So I remember watching the season live and thinking, okay, it's not as bad as people are projecting it out to be. And I so much felt like that during my watch when I did the review of the season, though it did age worse than I remembered. But once you break down the categories, oh my gosh, yeah, the season really doesn't hold up. Anyways, when it comes to the scores, it has a score of 32 when it comes to the format, 38 when it comes to the cast, 19 when it comes to the drama. So I think that saves it from being lower. And when it comes to the politics, it has a score of 35. So when it comes to the lower score, I did give it the lower scores in the cast at 38. And honestly, I do feel like the idea of a battle for a new champion, pretty much to cast all non-winners, is a good idea. And I do feel like a lot of the Era 4 people, especially in the late Era 4 newbies, needed another season so they could build themselves up, build some dynamics, and all that jazz. But the way they went about it wasn't the best. A lot of the choices, especially, weren't the most inspiring. It didn't help that most of the cast were from either Spice, Lies, and Allies or Ride or Dies. Out, and they cast people from earlier to mid Era 4, like Asaf, Melissa, and Tula, which was fine enough, I guess. I didn't like how they started casting random people from the spinoff because they're trying to legitimize that at that time, and 2 years later, it didn't really pay off. I felt like if they cast older people who didn't win from either like a lot more people from like early era 4, heck, even some late era 3, heck, even some surprises from the earlier eras because the people who didn't win, I think it would have been a lot better and a lot more interesting. Or even some of the vets that didn't win, it would have been a better blend than what we eventually got because the dynamics with the cast really just weren't it. The politics, I ranked it at 35th. It's essentially, it really wasn't a divided house like that. They kind of made it like a general US versus UK alliance thing, but that really wasn't a thing because a lot of the Spice Lice and Allies people were not from the US and they had a lot of tight dynamics and tight relationship with people within that US side. and the international people didn't really have much of a chance. There really wasn't much interest there. It was essentially a big onion alliance with Jay and Michelle running things. Then they had the four with Nerys and Asaf. Then there's people like Mariah, Olivia, Emmanuel, and Corey, who was always a part of that group. And it's essentially just booting the people who were at the bottom of that alliance. And nothing really changed throughout the season when it came to that regard. So it was kind of just boring. But I'm saying all that because the format really didn't help the season whatsoever. Because I feel like if we had a better format, the cats could have been better and the politics would have been a lot better. And I'm criticizing the format because they decided to divide it into three phases, where the first phase had the entire house kind of working together as one group in the challenges, and then they'd vote one person in. Yeah, they'd vote two people into elimination. Essentially, that ended. Then there was the middle portion where pretty much you could be paired in teams, individual, or duos, but it was mainly either duos or just groups of four the entire time. And then they had mercenaries come in to do the eliminations for that period, which just really took it away from the cast where they're trying to build their own legacies, but you won't let them face each other in a lot of these eliminations. And then there's the third quarter where no one went home because the cast realized that if they sent people who were strong enough to beat the mercenaries, they could stay longer. And then because of that, in the final portion of the season where it was individual, they had to do purchase in every daily because there were way too many people at the end game. And then they had the exiles. I didn't mind the exiles, and I did like the kind of chain of the chain where they had to save one person. Honestly, it was way too convoluted. As they kept it, made it more simplistic, I do think the cast could have created more interesting dynamics, and the politics would have been a lot better. So the one saving grace of this season is the drama, where it barely made it to the top half. It definitely felt like we are getting some of that old MTV drama when it came to the drink throwing with Raven and Melissa, some of the nasty, almost physical fights with people like Asaf and Highland. There's Nerys going off on people, especially at the end regarding her many fights with Jay, the whole Olivia situation, her calling Colleen a dumbass lying ass bitch. Berner had her fair share of fights here, so did Kyland and Michelle. Jay really turned it up during the second half of the season. Melissa was a Tasmanian devil. During her run on the season, Corey definitely started up with a few people too. So there's a lot of drama in the season. I think drama's better than the last few seasons that came before it chronologically. But the issues with the format, the cast not being the best, and the politics really held the season down. But I really do think if the format was better, the cast the season would have been better when it came to the cast, the politics, and it would have been up there. The other categories would have done as well as the drama. So that's kind of why the season is so low. It also does not help that 2 years later, only one of the cast is on the show, and most of the cast is irrelevant at this point. So it kind of made the season feel a lot more isolated and irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, even compared to seasons within its era. At 34th is Battle of the Sexes 2, so we're going back to Era 1 with a score of 30, which is the meaning that I used, or that I got when I calculated all four of the categories and divided it. Okay, so just reading at the scores, it got a 30. It got a 36th in the format, 28th when it comes to the cast, 34th when it comes to the drama, and 22nd when it came to the politics. So it seemed like that kind of saved it a bit. So obviously the season was definitely a step back because we got seasons with eliminations within the Inferno and the Gauntlet, and then they went back to a format that didn't have eliminations and there were vote offs, and they did it with a season that had a very unbalanced format with Battle of the Sexes. It really just kind of brought things back, and not in a good way. It wasn't interesting watching the men just dominate over the women over and over and over and over again. And there's also no scoreboard this time, so that really wasn't fun to watch. And obviously, I guess this kind of goes with the politics Honestly, yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory as to why the format sucked for the season, and it wasn't even as good as the first Battle of the Sexes. So when it comes to the drama, I ranked it at 34th. With the men, there's absolutely no drama because they decided to go with the worst performing person every single time, and they kept track of the DQ someone had throughout the season. Sometimes they'd use that to boot someone. Outside of that random Shane slap, there was no drama with the men whatsoever. It was very boring and tedious. With the woman, there was definitely some drama with the newer woman versus the older woman, though I didn't really find it entertaining. I did like Ayana's freak out where she and Nisa went at it. Tanya versus Tina kind of started here, and that would carry over to the next season. Coral's always going to have drama with some people, so that was just there. But yeah, you definitely had the feeling that a lot of the veterans at this point were trying to neuter themselves and were very camera conscious, where I don't know if because they're getting big headed, they're getting big pace, or they're planning the exit strategy from the show, so they wanted it to be drama free, but I mean for a boring season. So when it comes to the cast, on paper it was pretty good since you had a lot of big names like Coral, Tino's becoming a big name, so was Tanya at this point, Veronica was a huge name. Katie was a huge name at this point, so was Rachel. Anissa was getting there herself. Eric, Theo, Mark, somewhat, somewhat, I guess, kind of Shane, Mike, and Abram are big names at this point. But a lot of them really, most, if not most of them, weren't that interesting this season. This was easily like their least interesting iterations on the season, so there's that. A lot of the rookies wear red t-shirts. And I think that's just the issue with some of the formats of Era 1, especially with the Battle of the Sexes and the first Battle of the Seasons, where they cast so many people, but most of them don't do a damn thing. So you had a vet cast that was more boring than usual, and a lot of the rookies who just didn't offer much at all to the game. Though obviously this was Derek and Brad's first season, obviously they would become big names. I don't think any of Archie's Robin would become a big name, at least with the women. Tina was emerging. And I think that's really all I have to say about the cast just from looking at this list. Oh, the highest score that I had for the season is the politics, which I ranked it at 22nd. So it was interesting. Honestly, what really had me put this season this high when it comes to politics is this is really the first season where you blatantly had the vet versus newbies or rookies dynamics, and you had it on both teams. Obviously, with the guys, they kind of weaponized this so they could keep Mike around longer despite him underperforming. And then, of course, the final four men who are all vets at this point in time. Snake, the rookie Brad, despite him performing better than Eric and arguably one more person. Then we had the vets in Coral, Rachel, and Veronica. And I guess Hanami was in that too, aligning with one another, and a lot of the rookie and the newer woman wanting to take over, but that never really took place. So this is really the start of the rookies versus vet dynamic that would carry on through damn near every single season after that. So it is kind of revolutionary in that element. But overall, the season was just disappointing because the drama wasn't there, the format sucked, the cast was a mixed bag at best, and the politics was foundational. I'll say that. It was foundational despite it not being a whole lot. The politics that did exist here were foundational and it would change the show, essentially. But otherwise, this is just a lacking season. So we actually have a tie for 33rd and 32nd, and it's between an Era 4 season and an Era 1 season, which has been the case when it comes to these bottom spots. It's either from those two eras, but like the Big Brother video, I broke these ties based on where I ranked them on my first impressions list, and the season that's lower is Double Agent. So I'm bringing the tie with Double Agents being at 33rd with a median or overall score point of 28. So looking at the categories, I ranked it at 23rd in the format, 36th when it comes to the cast, 32nd when it comes to the drama, and 21st when it comes to the politics. So let's just get to the lower score, which is the cast at 36. Honestly, I didn't really mind the veteran cast, to be honest, just from looking at it. Honestly, they brought back Jay, Casey, and Fessel. They just had their first season, so you're building them up, and they're kind of starting this new crop with the second half of Era. For newbies, CT and Corey are pretty much given. Kem and Leroy had huge seasons here. Kyle's a regular at this point. It was nice to see Darrell after a few years off, and a disappointing performance with Dirty 30. Devin came back after being off for a few seasons, and he didn't have bananas to leech off of, so he had to create his own story. Nelson had a short run here. This would be Wes's last flagship season, though he's had diminishing runs post War of the Worlds 1 anyways. Cam had a huge season with her and Yue being the power couple. Nani's here again. Big T had a big season. Anissa's here again. She had her moments throughout the season. Teresa came back after a long hiatus, and she had an interesting final season. Ashley didn't have much to do. Tori had another bad season here, and Nicole didn't get a chance to do anything. Honestly, the cast is mainly this low due to the rookie class, where not much of them did a damn thing. And this was where they really started losing the plot when it came to how they casted or how they cast their era. For rookies, they cast a bunch of people from all over the place who didn't know one another. Some of them are from random international countries. Some of them weren't even on reality TV before, and it wasn't done in a fresh meat point of view. None of them knew one another, so there's no interconnectedness whatsoever. And a lot of them were booted earlier, just weren't given a whole lot of screen time. And it says a lot that only two came back after the season, and only Amber made notable returns. So that's really all I care to say about the cast for that season. The drama, I ranked it at 32nd. There's definitely some drama here and there, but the main thing that you're going to remember is Big Brother versus the likes of Kyle and Josh, which definitely carried throughout a lot of the season. We had Fessa betraying Nelson, and obviously Quay being pissed off at that. The rookie women not really trusting Amber. Fessa, in general, was just creating a lot of drama because he's trying to be the new face of the show. At this point, Teresa had her few episodes of Villainy, which Jay got dragged into, so that was kind of fun. And that was really it for the drama. But when you think about it, it's not the most notable in comparison to some of the others. So with the format, I ranked it at 23rd. I didn't mind the what was it? Oh, the rogue agent, pretty much where if your partner lost an elimination and went home, or if your partner won an elimination and switched, you would be the rogue agent. You would be out. Um, there's alternating partners. I didn't mind the spy theme this season, though it quickly got old. I did like the fact that they did secret votes, but the winners of the daily would be the ones who sees it, and then they get to throw in whoever they want. So the format, whatever. I think it would have been better with a better cast, in my opinion. So that was the format. And the final category is politics at 21st, which I had at 21. I think I ranked it here because I liked seeing the non-champion vets go out of their way to want a new winner, so they decided to target the veterans earlier on, though that kind of backfired after the first few votes. And then it made me turn into the Big Brother, Cam, Leroy, and Nani working together against the other side of the house for the rest of the season. And there are definitely some other political moves there, like Teresa trying to make a power move that ultimately failed and backfired. Overall, I think Double Agents. Oh yeah, Double Agents also started the trend where the seasons got along like longer. This was the start of the 19 episodes, and this cast and the season really just didn't justify it. It was the last season that had some sort of stakes within the dynamics, but it started a lot of the repetition and the issues that would plague the latter half of Era 4. And I think when you look at the pieces, it really just doesn't hold up very well. Hence why it's here at 33rd. At 32nd is the season that was tied with Double Agents with the same score of 28, but I broke it using my first impressions list, so I have Battle of the Sexes at 32nd. So this is a season that whenever I watch or I finish watching, I end up kind of enjoying, but the more I rewatch it and the more holes that you look into it and the more in depth you look at it, you realize it's a heavily flawed season that doesn't really hold up that well. When it comes to the scores, it got a 35th in the format, 34th in the cast, 27th in the drama, and 16th in the politics. So when it comes to its lower score, the lower scores in its format at 34th. I did not like the fact that it was men versus women. While things were a bit more balanced with this season compared to its sequel, the men still won a lot of the missions. I didn't like the fact that there weren't vote-outs. I did like that there were people who didn't go home, but I found it a bit more interesting in how they handled it on Battle of the Seasons one, but I did like with this season that they did eliminations or vote outs throughout the entire season. That's one thing I didn't like about the first battle of the seasons. I did like the squad bar element, but with the way that this was weaponized, with the cast, the men just did the booth based off of the lowest score, and that took the fun out of a lot of it. And they definitely knew that they needed a lot of work to do when it comes to the format of the show. Now, moving on to the cast. When I really, really look at it, what I find enjoyable about the season is really through a few people. I didn't know that the wiki had these new pictures. Clearly, they must have done it recently, and I like them. Ruthie had a very strong rookie season. Ellen was a huge star in the season. Melissa, I did find pretty funny. Emily had a villainous arc throughout the season that definitely brought a lot. Ariana had her moments here and there. Veronica got backstabbed yet again, though it seems like she's starting to get what she needs to do to move on to the game, and it would affect her in the future seasons. Rachel's mainly memorable for her being blindsided early on. Julie had her flame out. Beth was the flopping. Uh, David had a huge one episode with his fights with Puck. They're the only ones who brought drama. Puck was definitely very uncomfortable, but he definitely did bring some drama. I did find Dan to be pretty funny throughout the season. Cyrus was kind of just the same old. And a lot of guys were boring AF, to be honest. Whether they were the newbies or the people who would eventually become the vets. Yeah, I think a lot of it had definitely had to do with the format. There are a lot of rookie women or just women who also didn't bring a lot. And even people who would become legendary, i.e., Anissa and Tanya, didn't do much of anything this season. I honestly just feel like this was around the time where they started casting way too many people and they didn't know how to edit a cast this large, and the cast also just not bringing a whole lot. So it's definitely kind of hard to watch, especially with there being so many red t-shirt people on this season. So when it comes to the drama, this is clearly carried by the woman, mainly Emily, making all these personal moves, including Rachel and Veronica. Ariana had her moments here and there. Ruthie and Ellen didn't know how to handle their power, which caused a lot of drama. Ellen and Puck fought throughout the entire first half of the season, and I mentioned Puck and David. There was some good drama in the season that's still very memorable, but it's kind of carried by a few people, which is why I can't rank it too high. And the politics, I ranked it at 16th, and I mainly ranked it this high due to the woman and the chaos of that team, especially with Emily, Ruthie, and Ellen being in power for a lot of the season, and just the utter chaos that happened. Then booting Julie and Beth because they were so unliked, and even the guys were commenting about how the women were screwing up their power because they were booting people who were strong competitors, but they didn't like them. And then the girls would try to play it off like they weren't playing personally, but they definitely were playing personally. Overall, I just think Battle of the Sexes overall is just a very flawed format when it comes to the format in itself, how it can bring out the best or mainly the worst out of the cast in an uninteresting way, the drama and the lack of politics in general, or whatever politics that did exist would have been better with a stronger format. And it's a dated format too, and while Battle of the Sexes is better than the sequel, it really doesn't age well the more you really analyze and look into it. Especially compared to the other seasons, it just doesn't hold up very well. And now we're ending the bottom quarter at 31st, which is Ride or Dies, with an overall median slash score of 27.5. Honestly, I am shocked that out of the late 30 seasons, or at least 36 to 39, this one's at the top, because I think my opinion on it is less interesting, or I feel nothing of the season compared to the others. Let's look at the scores. So when it comes to the format, I have it at 21st. When it comes to the cast, I have it at 26th. When it comes to the drama, I have it at 35th. And when it comes to the politics, I have it at 28th. So let's go to the lowest score first, and that's the drama at 35. There really isn't much going on here. There was Turbo causing hell during the first two episodes, which was fun. Then there was that awkward Laurel and Michelle situation, which really wasn't that entertaining. It was just awkward more than anything. I did like Jay and Jordan fighting for an episode or two. But most of the drama really came from Tori and Jordan, since this is the first time they saw one another since their breakup about a year and a half ago. And while you could definitely tell it was real, it definitely got old and exhausting pretty quickly. And you could tell that there just wasn't anything going on in the season, especially by the second half of the season. And I remember editing the compilation video for the fights for my Vimeo, and it was only like 40 minutes where damn near every other season within Era 4 and even a lot of the Era 3 seasons had longer videos. So that was just disappointing. It showed how little was going on in that element when it comes to the drama of the season. The second lowest score that I have is 28, and that's in the politics. Obviously, there wasn't much going on. The rookies and the newer people like Amber, Michelle, and Jay. And Nelson and Fessa could have been a part of it, though Nelson wasn't new at this point of time. Won a lot of the dailies within the first half of the season, but they refused to do anything about it, or it got thwarted with Johnny and Raven. Whenever they sent someone in, they had a vet pair come in, and then the veterans, which were essentially the vacation lines, essentially had power from the first quarter onwards, and it never changed, and it calls for a very, very, very boring season. Even with the format switch within the second half of the season, they put the people who were at the bottom of it. So like the like the Nerys, the Nelson and Fessel had to face each other in elimination. Then Mariah went home, and then when they went back into pairs, Amber and Chauncey, and then Fessel and Mariah went home. So it's pretty much very boring in that regard. So when it comes to the cast, I had it at 26. It's not the lowest because mainly the theme of the season is based on ride or die. So it's based on close relationships. So when you look at it, Devin and Tori definitely make sense. Johnny and Nany make sense. Johnny hasn't been on a season in a few years, though he did bring much here. Jordan and Anissa, we know that's contrived as hell because Naya ended up dropping and they got rid of Anissa's friend to justify Jordan subbing on the season. Uh, Chauncey and Amber make sense. They're dating. Kenny and Casey make sense. They're literally siblings. Jay and Michelle make sense. And while they didn't bring anything this season, Daryl and Veronica made sense. Jack and Laura make sense. Tommy and Annalise make sense if you watch the Big Brother seasons. Kayla and Sam make sense despite them being first groups. But when you look at a lot of the pairings when it comes to the rookies, many of them really didn't make sense. They are contrived as hell and they didn't fit the theme at all. And the dynamics with the cast really weren't all that due to the vacation on the lines and them deciding to cast a whole bunch of rookies right after casting a bunch of rookies from the last season and not using them. They did this for like the third time in a row. So that wasn't exciting at all. And then the format, I ranked it at 21st. So, yet again, I did like the Ride or Die theme because it's based on personal relationships, whereas how they did a lot of their themes through Era 3, and it was something that was definitely missing in Era 4. Though obviously it wasn't as strong due to some of the ride or die pairs not being ride or dies, and the pairings are based off of positive relationships, not negative ones, which was the case for a lot of those era 3 seasons. I liked the fact that you nominated 4 people. You choose one to go into elimination automatically, then you have to pull a sword to give them immunity, but they have to save another person. I like that part of it for the first half of the season, but then they did the stupid format switch in the second half of the season to justify the 19 episodes where they are put on opposite teams. Didn't care for that at all. But then they did the format where you're only eliminated for good if your Red Dice eliminated. So Nuis and Nelson weren't eliminated until they're both eliminated, and it caused people like Jordan and Anissa and Vessel and Amber to stay in the game because only one of them were gone during that period and all that. I guess just compared to some of the other late era 4 seasons, this season's probably the least offensive when it comes to the bad formatting and just the negative qualities, but it doesn't have much good going for it either. And it doesn't help that it's extremely dragged out. At 30th is Battle of the Seasons 2002 or Battle of the Seasons 1, depending on how you want to say it. And this was also, actually, no, it wasn't tied. It was close to tying with Ride or Dice. It literally only got to this spot by having 0.25 points higher than it, with an overall median score of 27.25. I'm not shocked that the season placed here at all. There was some joy in it compared to some of the other Era 1 seasons I have lower than it, so it's barely escaping the bottom quarter. Definitely makes sense. And it's definitely more enjoyable than a lot of those late Era 4 seasons. Looking at the categories, it got a 34 in the format, a 32 in the cast, a 28 in the drama, and a 15 in the politics. So it looks like the politics really saved it. So when it comes to the lowest score with the format, I have it at 34th. So I love the fact that they decided to cast 2 people from each World Rules and Real World season, and they'll all be on 2 teams based on their shows, but they get to boot a pair at the same time, while 3 pairs from each team goes to the final. And I actually like that people actually went home and added a lot of stakes to it, and seeing how the cast and the teams that managed that was kind of interesting. I didn't like that they stopped sending people home midway through the season. It really caused for it to drag, and I felt like a lot of the season didn't really matter much, and it took away a lot of the drama and politics out of it. So that's kind of why it's as though I guess they wanted to keep certain elements from the first 4 seasons, hence the no eliminations within the second half of this season, which I didn't like. When it comes to the cast, I ranked it at 32nd. So obviously there's a lot of the big names of Era 1 here, like Coral and Mike making their debuts, Thea made his debut, uh, who else? Timmy made their debut here. Adam and Giselle aren't as big names, but they make names for themselves as well. Beth was booted first, so was Veronica. And yes, though that's a trend for him in the season. Chadwick and Holly were great early season villains. Picky kind of had a flame out there too. Bello and Chadwick and Holly are great one season wonders. Emily was pretty decent this season as well. And Sean was fine enough here. But there's a lot, and I mean a lot of red t-shirt people where they got absolutely no edits. Even some of the people that I mentioned earlier didn't have much of an edit here, so this was a notable season for them. And there's a lot of one-season wonders. Clearly, they didn't know how to handle a cast this large at the time, and while it was a step in the right direction, the execution was extremely rushed. And you forget about most of this cast here. I heard that it helps if you watched the 10 seasons of Real World and Road Rules first, but I didn't, and even if I wanted to, I can't because most of the Road Rules seasons aren't available anywhere. So moving on from that, when it comes to the drama, I ranked it at 28. So the drama that was there in the beginning, like the whole mess with um the Road Rules team with Holly and Chadwick booting Veronica, and yes, despite them getting fourth, and then the aftermath of the inner circle within that first round, all just throwing one another under the bus. Baloo got into her fair share of arguments due to people talking about her parenting. I remember Adam and Gisela going at it once. Coral did not like Steven whatsoever. They went back and forth here and there. So there was a decent amount of drama in the beginning of the season. But that fell apart after the first third of the season and it was very, very boring and nothing was happening. Hence the score of 28 in the drama. Obviously, the politics definitely saved the season from being ranked any lower, hence it being 15th. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of maneuvering and politicking on the Road Rules team where the top three of the first Inner Circle round wanted to stay in the top three, so they booted the fourth place team, i.e., Veronica and Yes. The cast did not like the move whatsoever, so there's a lot of backlash, and then the Inner Circle started throwing one another under the bus, which led to Holly and Chadwick going home. After that, things definitely calmed down where the rest and then both teams just booted the people at the bottom from then on out. Overall, when it comes to the evolution of the show, this season was a step in the right direction, but it was very, very, very flawed, and it didn't hold up as well compared to most of the other seasons. Despite the first third of the season being kind of enjoyable to watch, that last two thirds just are nothing. They're nothings. At 29th is Battle of the Eras with an average score and median of 26.25. It's crazy that literally the bottom 12 spots has just been constant and consistent whackings of Era 1 and Era 4, but specifically early to mid Era 1 and the second half of Era 4. But I swear this will be the last one for a while actually looking at the list. Anyways, I'm not shocked that Battle of the Eras made it here. It's not the most unenjoyable season ever. It's not the most toxic season ever, and it doesn't have the worst format or the worst cast, but it just doesn't have much highs. So, looking at the categories, I ranked the format at 24th, I ranked the cast at 19th, I ranked the drama at 29th, and I ranked the politics at 33rd. So, the lowest score is in the politics, which I ranked at 33rd. And honestly, I think the main reason for this was due to the format, so they kind of go hand in hand. Looking at the interviews, there were some alliances that were present, especially in the first half of the season, but essentially the format made it pointless and useless. It also didn't help that there's that purge within the first round of the game, but pretty much, people who won the prior elimination got to choose the targets on all four teams. If you win the next daily, you are safe. If you lose, or if you don't win, you're eligible for elimination. And if you lose automatically, you automatically go into elimination. And the only choices are the target. So there's not much politicking that you can do, especially in the first half of the season. In the second half of the season, there was the Bananas Angels versus the other side. There's kind of a ping pong back and forth there. But yet again, there wasn't much politicking. There was a whole lot you could do. I guess Rachel kind of integrating herself within the cast when she became a lone wolf was kind of interesting, but in general, there's not a whole lot there. The second lowest score is in the drama, and there wasn't a whole lot of it. Obviously, I do think that the people that were purged within the first round, specifically Katie, Kelly, and Amanda, Louise, and Polly beating up right off the bat took away a lot of the potential drama that would have taken place on the cast. There was the Laura and Cara Maria situation, which is just awkward. I guess that Tony and Avery situation for that episode. Polly and Amanda got into a little bit of drama for a brief time that they were there. I guess the biggest drama is the Devin versus Bananas, which then turned into Sorry, not Bananas versus Michelle and Olivia, which carried through the second half or the third quarter of the season. Josh was involved there. Josh and Corey also didn't get along. Corey got into a few fights as well, but all that pretty much died down by the last third of the season where absolutely nothing happened. And the drama from this season was nowhere was even lesser than a lot of the drama within the second half of the era. For yeah, even compared to a lot of the modern seasons, the drama in this season wasn't really that good. When it comes to the format, I ranked it at 24th. Um, it could be argued that it could be placed lower now, but I think the issue is the format affected the cast and affected the drama and especially affected the politics all in a negative way. I get why they did the purge of 8 people right in the beginning because couldn't afford to pay 40 people, especially if they're all lasting for a while. So get rid of like a fifth of the cast immediately. But it really took away a lot of the potential there. And then the whole targets thing, it was okay within the first half of the season, though it really took away from a lot of the politics and potential drama. But it continued in the second half of the season. They're all individual and just made the game more and more boring and tedious. And it caused a lot of people to volunteer to be targets throughout the season, which kind of took away from the entire point of the twist to begin with. I also did not like the karma scores, and especially with how it came into play on the finals. It encouraged the Big Brother and Survivor jury management, which the cast didn't even know about until after they were eliminated. And this show isn't like Big Brother or Survivor in that way, so especially with how it bumped up Rachel from third place to tie at first with Jenny, didn't like that. And then the cast, I ranked it at 19th because they got a lot of the big names from each era, and you know that they deliver, and you know what they bring to the table, and there was no newbies here. And I think on paper, the cast was good, but in execution, there were a lot of issues. Once again, I mentioned that purge that happened right in the beginning of the season took away a lot. There's also some weird casting choices on Era 2, especially most of the men, though there are obviously external reasons for that. 2 of the women, i.e., Avery and Naya, should not have been on Era 3. Speaking of the Era 2 men, I'm mainly talking about Derek, Ryan, and Brendan. And there are even some questionable choices with Era 4 where they put way too many people from the second half of Era 4 instead of balancing it out a bit more. But then as the season went on, they're all just kind of very, very boring. Bananas tried to stir it up because he knew the season was boring as heck, but it didn't give what it thought it was supposed to give. For a supposed epic season, this season was a real letdown. And you couldn't blame the newbies on it at all. At 28th is The Gauntlet 2, which has an average median score of 26. And just looking at the categories, it definitely makes sense. It doesn't have a high score in anything, but it doesn't have a score that's too low in most things, with the exception of the politics, which is at 34, the dramas at 20, the cast is at 25, and so is the format. So a lot of mid to low placements, with the exception of the politics, which is just very low at 34th, and we might as well get into the lower score when it comes to the politics. So I put it at 34th because this cast actively avoided doing politics and discussing politics. Whenever there's a discussion about an alliance, especially on the newbie side, they got very mad and confrontational about it. They pretty much decided the captain was going to choose who was going to go into elimination based on performance. And on the vet side, I don't recall there being much alliances either. I think it's a very tightly run ship over there, and they all disliked Beth, which kind of carried them as well. And despite Derek being the captain of the vets team officially, I'm pretty sure the likes of Mark and Tammy were the real captains and keeping the veterans together. So there's nothing to really discuss politically, and the twist of the season, or the format of the season, really didn't help that element either. So, speaking of the format, I ranked it at 25th because I really didn't like the fact, pretty much, it's the same thing that I discussed with 40, where pretty much there are targets on each team. If you win the daily, you keep your team safe, especially if it's on your gender. But if you lose and it's on your gender day, you are the one who has to go into elimination, but you get to choose anyone on your team regarding who to face. And this twist is here for the entire season. So you either have to go into several eliminations if you lose to get to the end, or you get booted and someone else will become captain, i.e., the person who beat you in the elimination, unless you just win all of the dailies on your gender, which just really, really sucks. And it makes a lot of the cast invisible as heck, so you don't really understand all of the dynamics due to it. And I don't even need to get into that horrendous final, which definitely didn't help them. When it comes to the cast, you could tell that they had to struggle casting a lot of their main stars because one, I think they're slowly starting to move on from the show. Two, they wanted a higher pay grade than they that the network wasn't willing to give. Which is why you had a lot of newer people, especially from the likes of Battle of the Sexes, come on. Like a lot of the rookies from the Battle of the Sixes, they are on the season. They were on the Rookies Tribe. And you even had people who haven't been on in a while, like an Alton, a Kara, an Adam, Gisela, a Montana, and a few of those types of people who made it on the season. We had emerging vets like Anissa. This is really the season where she started to kind of make a name for herself. Katie was invisible AF here. Julie had a quiet final season here. Mark had his first retirement, though it was arguably his messiest, which doesn't say much. Him and Robin are back together here. Derek had his biggest season from a character point of view. Brad had his moments. Beth was a huge villain. Cyrus wasn't memorable outside of his confrontation and elimination with TJ. Montana and her feud with Beth came up again. Ruthie was pretty much a dud. Adam and Gisela flopped hardcore. There was the Susie and Kara alliance that had people pressed and left Kara on to their next season. Keena had her big season here. Alton had a dominant performance here. Jamie was a vet but was on the rookies team because he was so forgettable. Uh, and yeah, there's really not a whole lot to say regarding the casting. It also didn't help because while there were some messy moments, the format really inhibited us from seeing a lot of the cast because if you weren't a captain and you weren't going into elimination, you weren't being seen at all. And I guess the final category that I have to discuss is the drama, which I ranked at 20th. I kind of spoke about a lot of it anyways, but I guess I'll make some brief notes. Derek was on the out in the beginning on his captain team. He caused his fair share of drama with a few people throughout the season. Beth had her biggest villainous arc this season. She was pissing off everyone. She was causing havoc everywhere. And she was really one of the few who were entertaining on the vets team. A lot of the other vets were invisible, and it's not shocking that a lot of them ended up retiring after this season. Kara and Keena and Susie had a lot of drama on the rookies team. Jody had her messy love situation with Mark and Robin throughout the season. And oh yeah, I forgot. Danny had his flame out on Jody throughout the season too. And then Joe had her huge freak out. Honestly, this season isn't really bad, but it's not good either. And I think it's middling scores overall is why it's this low. And if it wasn't for the politics, I'm pretty sure it would have been closer to the middle. But when you really look in the meat and potatoes of it, this is a season just doesn't work overall. And the good stuff that happened in the season is in spite of the poor formatting and other issues, not because of it. And you can tell that they definitely needed a new crop of players because this generation, they ran out of fumes. At 27th is the Inferno 3 with a score of 24.25. Just from my instant memories of the Inferno 3, I didn't think it was that bad, but it just wasn't good at all. In general, it's just a bit unspectacular all the way around. And just from looking at the scores, that's kind of the case. Where it got 16 regarding the format, 31 regarding the cast, 36 regarding the drama, and 14 regarding the politics. So when it comes to the drama, there was barely any drama throughout the season. Obviously, there was the whole CT's meltdown during the 1 to 2 days that he was there, where he and Kenny got into it, and then he punched Davis randomly in the eye. Then he was booted. Uh, there was Susie and Kara pissing off their team, from what I remember. And then there's that whole awkward situation with Bananas and Ace and them kind of just being rambunctious on the bed, and Susie punching Ace, though we didn't see her actually punching him. It's just the aftermath. Uh, the red team was pissed off with Anissa about her leg and her not wanting to quit and bow out. And that was really it. So self-explanatory. There wasn't a whole lot going on. Oh, guess I forgot Tanya and Susie not liking one another, but it was mainly Susie just talking about Tanya. There's really ever like an active confrontation happening there. And at 31, I have the cast. We have emerging people like Bananas and Paula, who are still on their second seasons. The rookies didn't really do much. Rachel and Coley and Tyree weren't the most memorable. Davis kind of just okay. This was Jen at one of her most calming, but she had an underdog arc. CT was booted immediately. I guess yeah, even Janelle, she didn't do much this season despite winning. This was Kenny at his calmer, but you could still feel the douchiness come out of him. Anissa was messy and annoying and entitled as ever this season. Tanya actually had it together personally and competitively here, but obviously this wasn't her last season, which in hindsight, it definitely should have. Evan had that argument with Anissa, and then she was invisible. Derek was invisible. Abram was somewhat normal this season. Ace was obnoxious. Alton definitely wasn't as much of a star here as he was in his prior season. Kira and Cece were definitely annoying. Timmy retired this season. You could tell he was kind of just over it overall. And the cast was getting more messy and drama centric, and he definitely didn't fit where the direction of where the show was going. So him retiring here makes sense, though, due to the injuries that his elimination caused, just sucked. So we have two other decent scores with the format and the politics. With the format, I ranked it at 16th. It's the same format as the Inferno 1 and the Inferno 2, which are pretty good formats, where they alternate eliminations between men and women. People are nominated first, then they compete in like the equivalency of the Power Veto competition that Big Brother has. If the nominee wins it, they save themselves. Then someone else has to be nominated. Someone can also use the life shielder on someone else, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't know if that was the format this season or in the others. So there's kind of like a veto situation there. The one thing that's kind of annoying about this is that there's very little eliminations with Inferno season, so it causes for like two-thirds of the cast to make it to the final. But it's fine enough. And the politics, I ranked it at 14th. And just from looking at it, I do think it's mainly due to the good guys, especially with how Susie and Kara kind of maneuver the life shielder twist to their benefit, and then them having to go against the men on their team. Politically, that was kind of interesting. Just from my memories of the red team, they just sent Jen in over and over and over again. And yeah, there was a whole lot to discuss there. Okay, I guess. Just in general, there's not a whole lot to say about this season. It's just meh at best and unspectacular at worst. But there's a lack of highs here, and while the lows aren't too low, they are lower than a lot of the other lows in other seasons. Hence, it's middling placement here. At 26, I have Battle of the X's 1 with the median score of 23.75. So I never liked this season as much as seemingly everyone else, and that was only reiterated once I did the rewatch and once I went through all four of the categories. Looking at the scores, when it comes to the format, I have it at 6th. When it comes to the cast, damn, I have it dead last at 40th. Wow, I forgot about that. When it comes to the drama, I have it at 22nd. And at politics, I have it at 27th. So it's a bit all over the place here. Let's go with the lowest score, which is the cast at 40th. So obviously, they did this based off of the relationships, i.e., the exes. I think this is arguably the worst rookie class ever. They were all booted extremely early and they did absolutely nothing notable. And even looking at the Axis pairs, you could clearly see that there are some issues. Dustin and Heather were together while the season filmed, and so were Abraham and Camaria, so they should not have been there. There are also some repeat pairings which just came off as extremely lazy to me, which we saw with Sarah and Vinny and Mandy and Wes. I just didn't like that whatsoever. And it was clear that CT and DM were the only exes that had weight to them. And while it was interesting at first, it kind of got old. There's something odd about the Camilla and Johnny pairing, though I guess they had some drama here and there. Emily and Ty were exes that went back to their real world seasons. They had an up and down relationship. Mark and Robin were definitely an OG romance, but they broke up so long ago. They're in two completely different places in their lives, so there's really nothing outside of nostalgia that we got from their pairing. Dunbar and Paula were actually very calm and supportive of one another this season, so we didn't get a lot of that fire that they had within their prior seasons, especially Cutthroat and the Duel. Anissa and Rachel, kind of the same thing, especially because Rachel was in a relationship to her now wife, so there wasn't much dynamics there, and the Duel 2 was so long ago. So the drama from there didn't really carry on, and they hooked up on the first seasons, which was like a decade ago at this period. Jasmine and Tyree were just a lot and not in a good way. And honestly, this cast just didn't really mesh well. Part of me thought that it was the theme, which is why the cast didn't work out well, because it's awkward being paired with someone who's an ex when you're in completely different areas of your life and most of them having partners and families and stuff. But no, we saw it worked in Battle of the Exes too. It's just specifically this cast. So on to the second lower score is the politics, which I ranked at 27th. So they got rid of a bunch of the rookies earlier on, and this is also where the dead last in the daily going through the elimination thing took place. Wes and Mandy were targeted immediately and sent home, so there was that. But after that, there really was a whole lot to talk about. Mark and Bananas were aligned together throughout the season. CT was somewhat with them, somewhat not. Obviously, Paula had a connection to Bananas, which got them to the end. Rachel and Anissa were on the outs, so Rachel had to kind of deal with that underdog vibe. But yeah, there just wasn't much going on here when it comes to the politics. And when it comes to the drama, there was the whole Vinny, Sarah, Wes situation that was more uncomfortable than anything else because Vinny ripped off Mandy's top. Jasmine and Tyree had their few fights here and there, which was just uncomfortable. Didn't care for Abraham and Carmen's relationship stuff. Rachel had her drama with Bananas here, but it wasn't interesting. Of course, there's the whole Camillinator situation, which was just very uncomfortable, but the producers liked it and enabled it for way too long. And then, of course, the blackface scandal with Emily and Ty, which was just very uncomfortable to watch. And obviously, it was clear that the CT and DM relationship was supposed to carry a lot of the drama. And it was fine at first, but it just got very tiring after a while. So with the format, I ranked it as 6. The idea of Exes was a good one. It didn't really pay off here because of the cast, but we know that the issue is that the theme based off of the sequel season. I did like the idea of the power couple winning the daily, and then they had to choose one person to go against the other person who's going into elimination, which was based on the last person in the daily going right into elimination. It was very simple but effective. I liked it. Honestly, the season really isn't a bad season, but it's for sure not a good season. I don't even know if it's a mediocre season. In general, I just think it's very overrated, but it's a fine enough watch, though. It's something that you won't take much out of. I can definitely tell that it was supposed to be orchestrated for a certain result that didn't really pay off as much as the producers wanted it to pay off. At 25th is The Island with a median score of 22.5. I'm honestly shocked this season is this high because I did not enjoy watching it at all, any of the times I watched it, but especially during this rewatch. But I guess other seasons are just a bit more flawed than this one. Looking at the scores, it got a 33 regarding the format, 13 regarding the cast, 26 regarding the drama, and 18 regarding the politics. So I guess with those scores, it definitely makes sense why this is roughly closer to the middle. So its lower score is the format at 33. I did not like the fact that they were on an island, like they were on Survivor, but without giving them a shelter and just giving them a bunch of alcohol. But even outside of that, there weren't any eliminations. There were face-offs, which are kind of like immunity challenges for. It's like a power of veto competition. If you watch Big Brother, that's what the face-offs pretty much were. Where one of the three will win the computational draw, make them immune. Then the rest of the island has to vote between the other two regarding who to keep and who to vote off. That really wasn't fun to watch. I just thought it was stupid. And then there's something about getting the keys. So you will be on one of the two boats, and there are only 4 spots on each boat. That was just not. I just didn't like the format whatsoever. I thought it was pretty dumb. When it comes to the drama, I ranked it at 26. There definitely is some drama in the season, but most of it's based off of misogyny, especially Bananas and Kenny's misogyny towards women like Kellyanne, Evelyn, Tanya, and even Robin. Kind of, she was put on the outs this season. Johanna and Paula were huge pick-me's about it throughout the entire season because they thought they were so special. Robin and Dan had several arguments because he was just an alcoholic. That was just uncomfortable to watch. Oh yeah, Rachel also wasn't treated well during the season, and then she had her back against the wall, which caused her to be booted early on. But I did like seeing Paula get turned on by Kenny and Johnny for Evelyn. That was kind of her karma. And of course, she was very mopey about it. When it comes to the politics, I put it at 18th because there were two sides of the house that formed throughout the entire season. Rachel tried an upswing, but it didn't work. Then it was Kellyanne and Evelyn kind of with their backs against the wall for a lot of the season. You really started to see how the likes of Kenny and I guess Derek and Banana started maneuvering through a lot of the seasons here. They're making deals with a bunch of people, and you really saw that kind of take form here, which will carry over into the next few seasons. And then there's a lot of politics about how they handled the key twist and all of that. And then, of course, making that deal with Evelyn last minute so they could all get to the end and win. Now, when it comes to the cast, on paper, it really isn't bad. Derek was a long-time vet at this point, so was Kenny. Johnny Bananas was starting to become a bigger name here. You started seeing a lot more of the Era 2 people, where in the first half of Era 2, they started phasing out a lot of the Era 1 vets, but this is the season where I feel like Era 2 officially took over with the people that I mentioned. Evelyn, Paula, Johanna, I guess, so she was annoying. And then you had newbies like Kahara, Kellyanne, and Dunbar make their debuts here. And yeah, definitely not the best cast and execution due to all the misogyny and the horrible environment. But on paper, it really wasn't bad, and there weren't a bunch of red t-shirt people, which is definitely something that I appreciate. I think once I broke down all of the ingredients of the season, I guess it makes sense why it was placed in the bottom section of the middle because it is an important season. There are a lot of stuff that carries over from the season into future seasons. There aren't many duds on the cast, but it's just the format and the environment and the misogyny of it all really, really brings it down. And my immediate impression after watching the season was to put it damn near dead last, and I think based on my first impressions, it's around there. So it'll be interesting to see what the list will look like when I combine both the list that will encompass this video, which is more objective, and my immediate first impressions, which we'll see at the very, very, very end. Anyways, that's all I care to say about this season. We are continuing the Era 2 slaughter that has essentially been happening throughout this quarter, i.e. the 20s quarter, i.e. the third quarter with Era 2, and we are building the Duel 2 here at 24th, which has the median of 21. And I was definitely expecting this season to be around here. It is by no means an upper tier season, but it's not the worst of the worst, hence it not being in the bottom quarter either. So this is a relatively fitting spot for it. Looking at its scores, it got a 2 regarding the format, 35 regarding the cast, 24 regarding the drama, and 23 regarding the politics. So just from looking at this, it's clear to me that the format really saved the season from being either at the bottom of the third tier or in the fourth tier overall. So let's get to the lowest tier, which is the cast. So I think this is another cast where the rookies were just dull as hell and didn't offer anything, which is why most of them are either one season wonders or only did 2 seasons. And a lot of the vets were calmer personalities as well. Like on the men's side, you had Evan on his own. He usually has liquid courage when he's around Kenny, Bananas, and Derek. Brad, Mark, Brad, kind of crazy, but he's overall just a nicer guy. Mark and Landon are never people who are going to bring much drama to the table. Same thing with MJ. Dunbar had his thing with Paula and Kim, but that was really it. Eric, I don't remember him doing jack squat this season. Nehemiah was on the out and wasn't much of interest at all. Same with Davis and Ryan. Obviously, Adam and CT had their blowout, which caused them to be booted immediately. Rachel was on her own this season without her girls, and she had her drama with Anissa and her hookup with Jen. Anissa was a complete disaster this season, but it was one of her most interesting overall. DM competed without CT, so that was nice to see. Tori had her toxic dynamic with Brad, which is just tiring to watch. Jen had Rachel and Anissa, but she had her moments here and there. Paula was a complete disaster because she was so sloppy politically. Then she had to fight with being on the outs. Kimberly was okay. Brittany was boring. Ruthie didn't offer much of anything. I think it's just clear that she couldn't adapt to the non-battle of the sexes format, personality-wise or gameplay-wise. Katie was boring here. She didn't have much to do. She was on the outs. Robin was booted immediately, but it was for the best since she was pregnant here. And Siobhan hooked up with CT and got into it with Anissa during the elimination. So not a whole lot to say when it comes to the cast. And the dynamic really wasn't interesting at all. So when it comes to the drama, there wasn't much of it. This season, when it comes to the drama standpoint, is remembered due to the huge fight that happened between CT and Adam on the first night that got very bloody. Once that happened, most of the drama was with Paula, whether she was going out with Evan, Kimberly, or Dunbar. Tori and Brad's toxic dynamic was there, and Anissa picking fights with people here and there. But otherwise, there wasn't a whole lot happening in the drama department, and I think it's because a lot of the personalities were just way too calm, especially on the guy side, and a lot of the women didn't have much to do either. Oh, I forgot to mention Brooke, but she was the dad yet again. So I spoke about it. Okay, so when it comes to the politics, I have it at 23rd. I guess the reason why it's this high because you had them. It's essentially an onion alliance situation, but it ended up with Paula trying to prioritize Dunbar, which screwed up her position, so she was on the outs with him. Uh, there was an there was an attempt to overthrow the majority alliance with a lot of the earlier boots trying to align together, but it just didn't work out. Um, I think I put it higher due to Mark, Brad, and Evan kind of snaking Landon. I thought that was kind of interesting. And Tori was trying to run things politically too. But even on the women's side, everyone in the top outside of Anissa was in that majority alliance. And obviously, I ranked the format at number 2, where it was an individual season. I think individual seasons are the best to see who can really make it on their own. The dailies. But the weird thing is, a lot of the dailies were done in pairs. And essentially, with that big majority alliance, the men and the women paired up with one another, people who were in their alliance. That's how they kind of controlled the season. And that's why when they did the chain save, it was essentially the people at the top always saving one another since they always won the dailies, and the people at the bottom automatically getting picked off. And even the people at the bottom chose someone, i.e., an Evan, to go into elimination. It didn't really change anything. And I do like the format of one man and one woman winning. Overall, there are a few things you can take from the season, but it's a very front-loaded season, especially when it comes to the drama. And if it wasn't for the format, the season would be so much worse. But otherwise, it's a okay season at best, but it's nothing horrendous. At 23rd is Fresh Meat 1 with a median score of 24 point, sorry, with a median score of 20.5. So when it comes to the median score, it's smack dab in the middle. This is going to be the last Era 2 season booted for a while, since I know we just booted like 5 Era 2 seasons in a row, give or take. But yeah, this is going to be it for a while. So looking at the scores for Fresh Meats 2, it got a 12 in the format, an 11 with the cast, a 33 with the drama, and a 26 with the politics. So it's clear that the latter two categories really sunk it down. So its lowest score is in the drama, and I definitely think that makes sense because they kind of just targeted Fresh Meat for the first bit. And the drama that Wes was bringing, especially with Casey and Johanna, was more uncomfortable than enjoyable. After that, there really wasn't much happening. I remember Tanya and Derek getting into an argument because he was a fake snake, the usual, with him. And then we had Tina and Kenny kind of trying to make it interesting for the second half of the season, where they were arguing with each other at several points in the season. And then we had that argument that Tina had with DM, where she called her anorexic, which of course didn't look good because DM had cancer at the time, and Tina allegedly did not know about it. So there's that. There's really not much drama in this season at all, which I was kind of shocked by, but it definitely makes sense once you really think about it. When it comes to the politics, I had it at 26 because it was mainly just the veterans booting and picking on Fresh Meat. So not Fresh Meat, my bad. Real World Austin for the first few rounds of the season. Then after that, it seemed like they wanted to get rid of Kenny and Tina, who were kind of in the bottom of that vet group, outside of Tanya and Katie, but then Tina and Katie started working with Wes and Casey to split up Darrell and Derek. And it definitely worked. Derek also kind of turned on people like Shane and Thea before he got his own comeuppance. So there was that when it comes to the politics. So I ranked it at 12th when it comes to the format. Not a bad score. I really don't have much of an issue with the format at all. A veteran, but they did how they did alumni. They meant reality TV alumni, which is why the Fresh Meat people were alumni as well. So it was reality TV alumni via the challenge or real world season at this point had to pair up with a Fresh Meat person, which is someone who never been on reality TV before. They stuck with them throughout the entire season. The winning pair gets to send one person right into exile, and then there's the house votes the other person into exile. That happens throughout the rest of the season. Fine enough format, though it's not as strong as some of the others, just because I don't. It's not that this format is weak; it's just others are stronger. If you get my drift. Um, and then we're going to move on to the cast. Looking at the veteran cast, I definitely do feel like they have their own. It's interesting seeing Coral without her people, and post Mike, she held her own in the challenges. She did really well. Shane was kind of just the same mode as usual. Theo, you can definitely tell, was trying to pivot more towards his comedy career as Theo self producing in his confessionals a lot more, and he didn't make it to the end for once. Fine with this being his last season, Derek was playing a lot more cutthroat, and I definitely do feel like he felt himself, especially after his big season of the Gauntlet 2, which was the season before this. Tina really just kept on improving and improving. She was without Veronica and Rachel, and she held her own, so that was interesting to watch. I definitely did find her drama to be pretty interesting. Darrell, as usual, is someone who's just in the background, not going to stand out too much, but he will get to the end and he will win. And this is where he got his fourth and final win. Katie wasn't much of a standout this season. Tanya continued being disliked. And the Austin quartet of Demi, Melinda, Johanna, and Wes were a complete train wreck, and we'll see more of that in future seasons. When it comes to the Fresh Meat, I definitely felt like a lot of them were mixed bags. Obviously, Ryan and Evelyn essentially did nothing, but we'll see more of them in future seasons. Um, Eric is essentially the fat guy that it's funny that everyone laughs at and laughs with. Evan was one of the standout rookies when it comes to performance in the dailies, but of course he got basically DQ'd. DM was a standout with her cancer story and then her learning to be more cutthroat to take the game more seriously. Casey was a standout here, and so was Kenny, who was an enjoyable douchey. He wasn't at the intolerable douchey that he would be known as. Aviv, I did not remember at all the very first time I watched the season, but it was because she was on her phone with her now husband, though she'll come back like 20 seasons later and is now having a run as we speak. So, yeah, there were a decent amount of people who are one season wonders who did nothing, like Jesse, Johnny, Lynette, Shonda. Aviv was a part of that group until last season, and now she's an established vet, so there's that. Fresh Meat is a decent season. It was definitely a good palate cleanser after a disappointing Gauntlet 2, and a lot of those Era 1 vets kind of wearing out their welcome on the show. So this was a great palate cleanser that kind of started the era and kicked off that next generation of challenges that would take over the next era. So that's really all I have to say about Fresh Meat 1. It did its job, but when you look at it on its own, it's a decent at best season and an okay season at worst. At 22nd is Vendettas with a median of 19.5. So we're going back to Era 4 and we're done with Era 2 for a while. So the scores that Vendettas got was a 20 in the format, a 9 regarding the cast, 25 regarding the drama, and 24 regarding the politics. So overall, it has relatively middle of the road scores with the exception of the cast. Now let's get to the lower score, which is in the drama. Yeah, it wasn't a whole lot of drama in this season. I remember editing the video on Vimeo. There really wasn't much to get into. Obviously, there's the huge Melissa versus Cam fight, which was fun. Then there's the Bananas versus Devin feud. That was definitely being built up, and then it culminated in Devin beating Bananas. And then there's that whole awkward suitcase situation, which I didn't care for, and it was just stupid as hell. Leroy acted entitled in the finals with Cara Maria and Tony choosing Kyle over him. Yeah, there just was a whole lot of drama happening in the season, and it sucked because this was the season of Vendetta, so it's supposed to be a huge thing, but the next few seasons will take care of that in the drama department. So the second lowest category is in the politics with 24. From what I remember, they pretty much picked on the easy targets for the first few rounds. Obviously, Corey was still dealing with the backlash of 30-30, so he and Nelson were sent in to face each other, causing him to go home. Then they picked up a lot of the newbies. They picked up a lot of the newbies and the people who were at the bottom. The big political move of the season was mainly Kayla, Tony, and Devin plotting and sending Bananas and roughly around the mid-season point, and it caused him to go home. After that, it was just a lot of purchase and mercenaries. So yeah, not a whole lot happening politically, but that one move stood out. So at 20th, I put the format at 20th. One, I didn't like the TP continued episode. It really kind of just dragged things on unnecessarily. The Troika really wasn't a good twist because with the way they formatted it, pretty much the men just kind of steamrolled the women when it comes to who to choose to be in the Troika, though it should have been women in the Troika for the women's days and men in the Troika for the men's days. And then after that, the Troika pretty much had to nominate like 3 or 4 people to be one of the choices to go in against the last place person, and then they were eliminated. There were a few mercenary twists that were thrown in throughout the season that kind of ruined the pacing of the season, in my opinion. And the Vendetta thing wasn't even implemented in the format of the season, unlike a final reckoning. So I was kind of confused as to what the point of it was. When it comes to the cast, I put it at 9, and it was clear that this was around the time that the real world officially ended, so they absolutely had no casting pool, and they didn't feel like doing a fresh meet. I guess because Bloodlines was technically the fresh meet, so they're like, that didn't work, and I don't want to do another fresh meet. So they decided to expand their casting pool to CBS reality shows, with Big Brother being the first one, and to expand outside of America, where they started casting a lot of Brits. I do feel like the Brits they cast were definitely good choices, i.e., Melissa, Roken during the brief time he was there, Kyle, Katie, and Jocelyn all brought something, and they'd all carry over to the next few seasons. We didn't have many OGs here outside of Shane, who had a recent comeback. Brad came back after his divorce and after being off through all of Era 3. And we had Carmelia and Vanessa representing for Era 2, but most of this cast were a lot of the late Era 3 people they've been building up over the last few seasons, like a Corey, a Nelson, a Kayla, a Tony, Nicole, Sylvia, and I'm sure there are a few other people that I just forgot to mention. And I do feel like the rookie crop outside of like a Victor and Alicia were pretty solid. And there's a decent enough dynamic here that will carry on throughout the next few seasons, which is why they're here. So this was my first season of the challenge ever because it had Big Brother people that I've been meaning to get into the show for a few years beforehand, but I just didn't know where to start. So I kind of deleted it for like 3 to 4 years. So I should have some nostalgia for it. But after watching all the seasons for the first time and then rewatching it here and there, Vendettas just doesn't hold up as much. But it's not a bad season or a good season. It's a perfectly middle of the road season that signaled a new era. And that's really all I have to say about it. So let's just move on. And the final season in the bottom half of the list at 21st is Invasion of the Champions with a median score of 19. And interestingly enough, this spot was tied with another Era 3 season that is now ranked at 20th. But I broke the tie with my first impressions list, and Invasion of the Champions is lower than what's at 20th, which obviously I'll get to soon. So that's why Invasion of the Champions is at 21st with a score of 19. So looking at the scores, it has a 28 in the format, 12 in the cast, 16 in the drama, and 20 in the politics. So obviously most of the scores is middle of the road, or upper middle of the road, which is why it's here, but the format really bumped it down quite a bit, where it would have been a few spots higher had it not been for that. Now, speaking of the format, I did like how they were on the island for the first third of the season, but they were given a bunch of alcohol like they were on the island. They had to compete for the spot in the Oasis, whether it's by winning a daily or winning an elimination. And I liked how they kind of organized that, where if you couldn't win, you got the F out. But things kind of fell apart once they got to the Oasis, where they had to compete with the champions, where there are only like 4 or 5 of the champions per gender each, and it was in Male's Day versus Women's Day, which was fine enough. But the champs and the contenders never really competed against one another, so there's only 3 rounds for the champions before getting to the final, and then after that, they did like a large purge of the contenders because there's way too many of them at the end, and it really took a lot of the excitement out of it. So when it comes to the politics, I ranked it at the 20th, partially due to that, but I like the politics that was happening in the first kind of half of the season, where it was kind of like Tony, Nicole, Kayla, and Jenna against the other side, which was Nelson, Ashley, Amanda. Corey was actually on the Tony side, interestingly enough, instead of Hunter and Nelson's side, so that was interesting. And then this kind of back and forth between the two sides kind of continued up until like the first round after getting to the Oasis. But after Kayla and Tony were booted, it kind of disintegrated. And then due to the champions coming in to play like 2/3 of the way, and they had to fight for their spot, it kind of took away from a lot of the politics of the season, especially since the two groupings weren't competing against one another. So when it comes to the drama, I definitely ranked it at 16th. There's definitely a lot of messy drama in the Oasis where Sylvia turned on Tony and Nicole, which are people that she knew from her real world season. Then there's a lot of aftermath when it comes to that. I remember Tony and Nelson arguing quite a bit. Same with Jenna and Kayla during that period of time. Then obviously when the Oasis was a thing, the champions argued with the contenders quite a bit. Camilla and Amanda continued their feud from the last season, then Laurel got involved. Then there's a weird dynamic between Laurel, Carmelia, and Nicole. Oh yes, and then there's the situation with Nelson, Shane, and Corey, where they're in the three-way elimination, where Nelson promised both of them to help them take out the other one, but Nelson staked them both, and Corey and Nelson almost got physical there. And Shane came back as a completely new person. He caused a mug. He was in people's faces. He was causing drama with a lot of the guys and the women. He was messy, and it was great to watch compared to how he was during his first run. But I guess a decade difference and a divorce will do that to you. Now, speaking of that, I ranked the cast at number 12. I do think they got a good cast of contenders, where obviously they brought back a lot of the people that were that debuted recently, a lot, and Ashley and Amanda, Jenna, Latoya. She's been off a few seasons. Same with Marie. Then they brought like Tony. They're really trying to build him up. Same with Dario, Corey, and Nelson. And then they brought back Shane, which was a very interesting choice since he hadn't been on the show for a decade. Since his last season was fresh meat, and he was a completely different person. So I think this was the test for bringing back long time veterans who hadn't been on in a while. I do feel like some of the rookies are a mixed bag, where outside of Nicole, Sylvia, Kayla, and Hunter, the rest didn't really bring anything to the show. And obviously, the champs are fine. The only weird choice was Ashley, but she was booted immediately. Her and Dario Sherman's turn relationship didn't really interest me at all. And this is one of Bananas' quieter seasons, actually. It was nice to see Darrell return after a long time off. He'd since gotten married and had children, and he was in his best peak shape, but he was still under the radar as usual. And this was a calmer CT where this was the first season he came back after being a father and after the whole DM situation happened. So honestly, if it wasn't for the poor format of the season, season would have been much higher on the list, and it could have potentially been in the top 10 or just missing the top 10. But now it's just barely missing the top half, and it's smack dab in the middle of the list, roughly. So the season starting the top half and the second quarter of the list is the season that was tied with Invasion of the Champions, and that is Free Agents, which also has a median score of 19. So this is a season that's always seen as one of the best ever, and it's seen as one that revitalized the series. And when I really do look at it, and break it down, it really doesn't hold up as much, though every time I watch it, I do enjoy it. But I feel like the whole is decent enough, but when you look into the parts, it's overrated, essentially. And I think the more and more time goes on, and the more I settle on Free Agents, I think it's kind of overrated. So looking at the categories, I gave it a 7 regarding the format. I gave it, it's not a 29 or a 20. So I gave it a 29 when it comes to the cast. I gave it a 21 regarding the drama and 19 regarding the politics. So it's middle of the road in two categories, high on one of them and low on the other. So let's get to the lowest category, and that is the cast. So I shockingly gave this cast a pretty low score compared to all of the claims of the cast being the greatest ever from what people have stated. And I think my issue with the cast is there's a lot of red t-shirt people. So let me just look at here. The likes of an Anissa, Adjane, Jasmine, Camilla, Isaac, Brandon, Preston. Heck, even CT and Zach were kind of under the radar this season too. Didn't have a whole lot to do, and that's not even me including the early boots of the season. I feel like the season's very, very, very top heavy, where the cast who did deliver delivered a lot, but they didn't make up the majority of the cast. Obviously, people like Laurel, Nanny, Devin, Teresa, and Carmaria were good, and Johnny, I guess both Johnny's and Jordan were good too. The rest of them didn't do much at all. Even Leroy is very, very under the radar. So in general, I don't think the cast is very good once you get out of the top heavy people. When it comes to the drama, I ranked it at 21st, and this season didn't have as much drama as I remembered it having. Obviously, everyone remembers the Carmelia and Laurel drama that took over throughout the season. Teresa failed to make political moves, and that got her into it with some of the women. CT, Camilla, and Nani had that blow up earlier in the season. Bananas and Jordan kept on arguing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth throughout a lot of the season. And it was entertaining. It was one of the only notable drama that happened within the season. And of course, Latoya had a freak out on Jordan. But outside of that, not much happened when it comes to the drama of the season. I was actually shocked about it. So with the politics, I ranked it at 19th because there wasn't a whole lot of alliances that were really delved into during the season. The people at the top, i.e. Johnny and Laura, were always at the top. And there were people that tried to take them out, so I do give them credit for that. Jordan being one of the people who tried to take Bananas out. So a lot of the top men were kind of just aligned with Johnny, but not a whole lot happened after that. We did have a lot of the women try to take out Laurel throughout the season, and I did find that to be decent. But yeah, not a whole lot going on here. And I also think that the kill card definitely ruined a lot of the politics of the season as well, where they couldn't do a whole lot with it. Now onto the format. I gave that a 7, and I feel like people hold this season to a higher standard because of how great the format is. It is an individual season all the way around, and it's kind of like the duel, but not fully. The challenges kind of alternate, or at least the dailies alternate between it being individual, pairs, or large groups. And the kill card makes it random, where you have to compete to stay safe. So there's that element. And I really wish they reused this format in general. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about free agents. I just went through all categories very simply, and there's just not a whole lot there. I think people remember the few people who did a lot throughout the season, and they really, 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 really love the format. But when you really look into it, it doesn't hold up that well. And honestly, it's kind of similar to the Duel 2 in that regard, but I feel like more people acknowledge it with the Duel 2 than Free Agents. But otherwise, it's pretty decent, it's pretty good. You get a good feeling after you watch it, but when you really analyze it, it doesn't hold up as well as you would think. At 19th place, we are continuing on with Era 3, and I have Rivals 3, which has the median score of 18.75. This season was one that I was kind of lower on, but not as low. I guess like that top third quarter is what I would think about it based off of my first impressions. But looking at the scores that I gave it, overall, it makes sense. When it comes to the format, I gave it a 4. The cast, I gave it a 30. The drama, I gave it a 10. And the politics, I gave it a 31. So if you balance that out, it would be around 1920. So I guess that makes sense. So on to the worst. Okay, so the worst the worst category that I gave it, the lowest category score, is the politics, where I gave it a 31. And obviously, this is to a few reasons. One, there was a lot of DQs, quit, and stuff like that during the first half of the season. So it caused for there to be a lot less rounds for there to be any sort of gameplay and less numbers for there to be any sort of interesting votes that could happen. So I do think that's a part of it. But in general, most of the cast knew that Bananas and Vince were the top people with their alliance and their partner Sarah and Jenna. Nobody really did anything about it. A group of them did try to get together, like Wes, Corey, Dario, and Devin, but of course Dario stupidly turned on them, and then afterwards a bunch of the pairs tried to fight to be Bananas and Vince, Jenna, and Sarah's third um couple, so we could get to the final 3, and then it was just very, very, very boring. Now, onto the cast, I gave it a 30, and one of the reasons why I scored it this low is because a lot of these pairings weren't rivals at all. Leroy and Avery made no sense as a rivals pairing. Thomas and Simone were paired together for a fight that didn't even make it onto the actual episodes on their season. Uh, Tony and Camilla at this point was a stretch as rivals. Jamie and Kellyanne was due to one simple argument. Wes and Nani also made absolutely no sense as rivals based on what was shown, and even Vince and Jenna was a huge stretch. So just based off of that, you can tell a lot of these pairings were bullshit. A lot of the Are You the One people that they cast really just were not interesting at all, like Brianna and Brandon, Christina and Nate. Uh, Cheyenne was clearly not a fit for the show either. Devin was kind of interesting. Simone caused a lot of drama during the time she was there. Nelson was a complete dud during the season. Amanda was a light fire. So I'll say that. Johnny and Jessica didn't have much to do. Kellyanne was also boring this season, which is why she didn't get a call back for a while. Uh, Nani and Wes were clearly just over it, which is why they took hiatuses after it. Nicole was at her most interesting here. Dario was arguably at his stupidest here. And I didn't care for the top couple. Clearly, the season was all about Johnny Bananas and the newly married Sarah, and they got what they want with that, especially with the twist that happened at the end. So when it comes to the drama, I ranked it at 10. Honestly, I remember editing the video of the fights for my Vimeo channel, and I think this was like the third or fourth longest. So I do give it credit for that. And there's so much drama, especially earlier on in the season. But at the same time, a lot of it was stupid Are You the One drama that I really, really did not care about. Tony and Camilla got very uncomfortable to watch with their antics and how close to physical that it was getting between them. Obviously, you had Sarah and Johnny working through their relationship the entire time. Camilla and Amanda started their feud here. Simone and Ashley had a nice feud here. Vince awkwardly body slammed Thomas. Then there's the whole Dario versus Devin Corey situation that I mentioned. Nani and Nicole also had their fair share of drama this season. Oh, yes, there's also that stupid Cheyenne situation when they were traveling to the final that caused the entire house to be fighting. And yeah. And when it comes to the format, I gave it a 4 because it replicated the Rivals format that were in the other two Rival seasons, where obviously the winning pair wins the daily. They get to send a pair to. Actually, no, here it's a bit different. They had to nominate 3 pairs to go against the pair that was going to be sent right into elimination, and then they had to pull like a skull or whatever that will determine which of the 3 pairs were safe or would go into elimination. So that part I didn't really mind, and they did it in a way that was less contrived and more sensible when it came to the gameplay compared to a free agent when it comes to that kill card situation. So yeah, I guess when you look at everything, it's definitely a mixed bag. It's understandable why some would have it lower. It's understandable why some would have it a bit higher. But out of the 4 rival seasons, really, and that's me including Final Reckoning, this is easily the weakest, and I'm fine with this being in the middle of the rankings overall. At 18th is Total Madness, with ironically an average score of 18.5. So honestly, a part of me is kind of shocked that it's this high, meaning that it's in the top half, though barely. I was expecting it to barely be in the bottom half, so like 4 or 5 spots lower. But looking at the scores, it definitely makes sense because it has a 22 in the format, 7 in the cast, 13 in the drama, and 32nd in the politics. So balancing it out, obviously it earned a mid placement. I'm kind of shocked that this is higher than an Air Force season like Vendettas, though when you think about it, I don't think the most of either of them. And the 20s, 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th are kind of the ones I'm somewhat mixed on, so I guess that makes sense. So anyways, the lowest score for Total Madness is the politics at 32nd, and that's because there really wasn't much politics. At first, it was getting up on the newbies, which we saw with the first few votes. That continued, or the layer of the Skull's twist just added that layer, especially with the guys where they sent in Jay to the first 3 eliminations just so they can take his skull. And then Jenny was used to get an easy skull. And then after that, pretty much everyone just started volunteering to go into elimination so they can get their skull. So it really took the fun out of everything and the politics within the season. We did have the likes of Bananas, Josh, and someone else turn on Dee mid-season when she already had a skull in the Malibu. That was fun, but we didn't get to see the aftermath due to the deletion. And then afterwards, it's just people volunteering, and yeah, that's why it's 32nd in this category. When it comes to the format, I put it at 22nd, and it's due to a lot of what I just discussed. They pretty much implemented the Skulls twist because they're annoyed that a lot of people made it to the final on War of the Worlds 2 without going into elimination. But this is a huge overcorrection, and they didn't realize how it made everything boring. This would have been good since it was an individual season had they kept the format simpler, but they didn't. And because they decided to do this format, there is nothing interesting gameplay wise. It's just everyone volunteering to get their chance. And if they lost, they lost. It wasn't a bunch of people making the moves, and it wasn't fun to watch. And I kind of discussed this with Double Agent as well. So, yeah. Outside of those 2 scores, we actually do have a decent amount of high scores where the drama I ranked it at 13th. Yes, this is kind of the last season that had that typical MTV drama where we had the Noodle Gate with Anissa and Nani, and things almost got physical between them. We had Melissa and Josh going crazy on one another. Then there's that awkward Bailey and Casey situation that might have had to do with some bisexuality, lesbianism that was carried over from the Big Brother season. Jordan and Wes fought a lot throughout the season. Dee had a villainous turn here where she went after Jenny, and then she had her drama with Rogan, Josh, and a few other people. Ashley and Bananas also went at it. Ashley and Maddie also had a very, very nasty fight. Then there's Bear extinguishing everyone. Kayla and Nelson argued several times throughout the season, and there's so much more that I can really just discuss, and it just shows that if it wasn't for the format, the season would have been better because the drama was here, and when you look at the cast, it was here as well. This was the season that it seemed like they realized their errors with the last 2 seasons with casting a bunch of random international people and casting way too many people, though unfortunately they would forget about this a few seasons later, where the newbies that they cast were for main shows, whether there's Are You the One, The Amazing Grace, Survivor, and Big Brother, and they all did something that was notable throughout the season. And when you look at the veteran side, you definitely had of course, Johnny Bananas, West, and CT were the OGs, though CT was booted very early on. Yeah, Jordan, who kind of had a downfall throughout the season. Nelson and Corey came back after being off for a few seasons. Rogan continued his streak from War of the Worlds 2. Cal's a regular at this point, and so was Josh and Bear, though he was kind of flaming out here. Jenny got a second chance, though she still wasn't that interesting. Melissa came back after her. Melissa and Kayla both came back after their fight on Final Reckoning a few seasons ago, and they both had their interesting stories. Dee was a huge villain throughout the season. Anissa came back after some time off and hasn't left the franchise since. Nani, this was arguably her last interesting season before she got boggled down to Casey. Maddie was pretty much a dud. This was Jenna's final season due to her drama with Zach that was just tiring. Tula was given a second chance, so she didn't do much here. Ashley and Tori would have a streak of bad seasons around this point too. So honestly, the cast was good and the drama was good, but it was mainly the format that ruined the season. It caused them to not play the game a lot because there really wasn't much to play. And the location was also just horrendous because it caused them to be lethargic. It caused them to be pissed off. They didn't want to do anything and they're really losing their minds, and it wasn't in a fun way. This was also the season where they started doing the dark color schemes, which really just took a lot of anguish just to watch because everything was so dark and gloomy, and they continue this for the next several seasons. At 17th is Battle of the Bloodlines with a median score of 18.25. I'm also shocked that the season made it this high because every time I watch it, I have such a negative opinion on it and a negative stink on it. But I guess once I broke it down regarding the categories, it's not as bad as I thought. And I guess looking at the scores, it makes sense why it placed around here. So with the format, I placed it at 29th. The cast, I placed it at 21st. With the drama, I placed it at 11th. And the politics, I placed it at 12th. So let's get to the lowest score, which is the format. Ugh, what do I even need to say about it? One, deciding to do Bloodline just wasn't a good idea because most of them weren't meant for TV, and most of them only did this so their relative could be on the show for the season. So a lot of them just didn't care and they weren't telegenic. Then, after 2 rounds, they decided to split it into teams where each of the person from each bloodline were on opposite teams, and based on who won and who lost, they also alternate between guys' days and girls' days. And depending on that, if you're a boy team or boy girl team or girl boy team, if you're a girl boy team, you're always in danger no matter what gendered elimination, what gendered round it is, which sucked. And also due to this, you could be in elimination, and because you lost the elimination, your partner would go home. Or you were the one who wasn't in elimination because you were on the winning team, but your partner was in elimination and they lost. You both would go home. That was a really, really shitty twist that just ruined all of the momentum of the season. And of course, they ended it by the end game, but by that point, it was kind of just too late. The second lowest score is in the cast. From what I remember, obviously, I said the Bloodline sucked. Most of them didn't come back for a second season, with the exception of 3, and that was clearly for a reason. They really weren't telegenic. They really didn't add any interesting dynamic. A lot of them didn't really want to be there, and it's just very, very awkward. And it didn't pay off much. I think the reason why I placed it higher was because the veterans or the alumni were pretty decent. Obviously, Cara Maria and Johnny Bananas were repping it for the OGs. Kellyanne came back after a very long hiatus, and she had an interesting moments here. Anissa, this was one of her messiest seasons. Jenna really came into her own as a character and a competitor here. Uh, Nani didn't do a whole lot. Oh, actually, no. Nani did have her fair share of drama throughout the season, though this is the earliest she's ever been booted. Camilla, this is a relatively forgettable season for her and Leroy. And Kahada's comeback also just came. Kahada came back in the last season and has come back pretty much ended because he was booted so early. The new alumni, I did feel like were good, with the exception of Christine. She didn't really do much. Tony, Dario, and Corey made their mark throughout the season, and it makes sense why they're cast throughout the next several seasons. I guess, this was Thomas's most interesting season, though it doesn't really say much. So overall, the cast is a mixed bag because the vets were good, but the newbies really weren't, and there were some interesting dynamics here and there. Though it got more uncomfortable once Abram arrived, and we're gonna leave that to talk about the drama. Yeah, hold on. I talked about no, no, I didn't talk about the politics yet. Okay, so with the politics, you did have the newcomers kind of align together and they tried to take shots at the big vets. So I really liked that from them. Of course, it caused that blow up earlier on in the season. Carmaria and Thomas had an alliance with a few other people and they were doing pretty well, but then Abram came in mid-season and Bananas and Vince decided to drop that bomb randomly. Not randomly at all, it was very intentional and convenient when they did it, which blew up that entire alliance there. Anissa was trying and failing to play the middle, which got her in a lot of drama with people like Corey and Kelly. And so this was one of the more political seasons with people at least trying to play the game and they all had their own self-interest. So there was that. when it comes to the drama, there definitely was a lot of good drama here. Of course, we had Tony's flame out earlier on in the season. He ended up going at a lot of the women. This ended up with him and Shane, his brother, physically fighting one another. We had Aneesa throwing drinks at Kellyanne because she kind of made a racial comment there. Aneesa and Corey was a disaster waiting to happen that we got to see all season. The Abram and Carmaria drama was just icky. The Carmaria and Bananas drama was also kind of icky, partially due to that. Aneesa had drama with her cousin. Aneesa and Carmaria at the end was actually very good drama there, and I'm sure I'm missing. Oh yes, Jenna and her cousin fighting earlier on in the season was also pretty great too. So in general, I just think the entire concept of Bloodline wasn't good at all, which we saw in the format and the cast, but they made the most of it, which is why it isn't the worst season ever once you break down the elements and the categories, though you don't really get a good vibe from watching it. So it's kind of a mixed bag, hence it being here. So I'm pretty sure when I consider my first opinions on it at the very end of this video, or the series of videos, depending on how I split this up, it'll probably be lower. So we actually have a tie regarding the 16th place and the 15th place, as they both ranked, or they got an 18 median, but based on my first impressions list, the Gauntlet is lower, so the Gauntlet is at 16th with the median of 18. And I think that's a good spot for an Era 1 season, especially when 6 of them, if I'm recalling correctly, were booted right at the bottom, so it making it up here is pretty good. So, looking at the scores of the Gauntlet, it got a 19 in the format, a 14 in the cast, the 30 in the drama, and 9 in the politics. So it's really the drama that kind of held it back. And honestly, it's not that this season was bad when it comes to the drama element, but I just think because it's such an early season and compared to all the other seasons, or most of the seasons that came after it, the drama here just seems pretty simplistic. So the drama on the Road Rules team is pretty much a lot of the cast didn't like Katie. This would start Katie everyone has feud that would carry on into the next season, and mainly the Road Rules guys, mainly Adam, pretty much wanting Sarah gone. So those two went back and forth for quite a bit. And then the likes of Rachel and Veronica also got annoyed with some of the men too. On the real world side, you mainly had Cora fighting with Mike and Trishelle throughout a lot of the season, and even earlier in the season, she was getting on her team's nerves for just talking too much and kind of just blowing it. Tanya, this would be the start of Tanya really being disliked amongst the cast since they were arguing with her about her injury and how she needed to go. Due to that, what happened? Apparently, Irulan was a huge drama stirrer throughout the season, which we see bits and pieces of that. But when she was finally eliminated and seeing how the Road Rules cast reacted to it, that was funny. And then it caused the two teams to kind of go back and forth at the end there. So more drama than the first 5 or 6 seasons, but compared to all the other seasons after it, it doesn't hold up as much. So the second lowest category that I ranked it in was in the format, where I placed it at 19th. And again, I have to base. Okay, I'll give this props because they actually had a decent format where they realized they needed to send people home throughout the entire season, but doing it via vote offs wasn't that interesting, so they created eliminations where you nominate 2 people to go into elimination and then they would go home. But they didn't work out the kinks of this, where they didn't make it gender specific, where they had male days and female days. They didn't do that, so men often went against women in the eliminations, and it seemed like both teams had to nominate one person to go into elimination. So no matter what, your team was always at risk of losing someone, so there was that. But otherwise, this was a fine format. Obviously, they would tune it up for the following 2 gauntlets in their own way, and it wasn't a bad format. Though it still cost a lot of the cast to make it to the end, I guess. But it was consistent eliminations throughout the season. The second highest category, or the third lowest, whatever you want to say, is the cast, where I ranked it at 14th. So let me look at the cast. I feel like for an Era 1 season, this was a pretty good cast. The two seasons right before it had a way too bloated cast where there are a lot of red t-shirt people, and I don't think that was really the case here. There are, of course, people like David and Montana who didn't get to do much, and even Rachel, who made it far, wasn't the Rachel and Thea, who made it far, weren't the most impactful. Um, See, even like Norman and Nathan, they were okay. I wouldn't say they're duds, but they're not going to be the most memorable. But when you look at the reward team, Alton, Coral, Mike were solid. I already briefly mentioned Irulan earlier. Trishelle had a pretty big season here, despite her getting booted mid-season. Elka had a quick downfall, and I already talked about Tanya. And Matt was an interesting choice to be put on the show, but I'm more than fine with him being a one season wonder. Katie was an early season flameout, but obviously she'd prove her worth. Tina, this was a quieter season for Tina. Even Steve, yeah, he didn't really do much of anything either, which is why people were shocked he was brought back to All Stars. Because what the fuck? Who the fuck is he? Tyrion continued his flop era narrative around here, but it was kind of funny. Abram was mainly memorable for his threesome or whatever with Veronica and Rachel, though he himself was quieter here. Veronica and Rachel really came into their own here after being blindsided by the women in the prior seasons. Ronnie was quiet enough. She was quiet but efficient. Sarah had a huge season. She's really like the prototypical underdog that's still remembered despite her only doing one season. Oh, I forgot. Dave and Karen, they had their weird relationship that's kind of just awkward to watch. Duo was cool enough here, though he himself didn't do a whole lot. And Adam clearly showed how petty he was throughout the entire season, and that's a thing that's consistent throughout his reality TV career, though he tried to hide it on the All Stars seasons. But he's the big bad guy. Now, when it comes to the politics, I actually ranked it at number 9. And now that I'm thinking, I think a lot of it's mainly due to the Road Rules team. Of course, we had the guys like Adam, Dave, and Theo who wanted the guys to stick it to the end because they felt like they were stronger. The other women, like Rachel and Veronica, were putting up with it, and they grew strategically as players and they had to maneuver through. Of course, we had Sarah's underdog arc really come into play here. But even on the real world side, there's definitely sides of the house that you could clearly see were kind of forming. That was kind of interesting to watch. Cora had a lot of power throughout the season, and a lot of people realized that, but they wanted to kind of destroy that. Her and Mike were kind of going against each other for a lot of the season. That was very interesting as well. Elka was backstabbed by Mike, despite them all making it to the end together in season 5. And I feel like for an Era 1 season, this is one of the more political seasons, so I do give it credit there. And I'm shocked I talked about the Gauntlet one for 7 minutes. But anyways, it's a pretty good Era 1 season, and overall, it's a solid enough season, though it hasn't aged the best due to just the formatting issues. But it's fine enough. It doesn't have the highest highs, but it doesn't really have low lows either. At 15th is Cutthroat, which was tied and still kind of is tied with the Gauntlet, as it also has the score of 18, but I broke the tie in Cutthroat's favor because it had the higher first impression based on the list that I created in that regard. So this season's a decent season. It's a solid season. That's pretty much all that I can really say about it. And looking at the scores, it kind of makes sense. I ranked it 8th when it comes to the format, 18th when it comes to the cast, 17th when it comes to the drama, and 29th when it comes to the politics. So let's just get to the politics. There really wasn't a whole lot going on. With the blue team, I think they just sent in Katie and Eric a few times because they saw them as the weakest. There's not much going on there, and they kept on losing, so eventually they had to send in everyone pretty much, with the exception of Jen. The gray team, it was kind of like Cara, Maria, Abe, and somewhat. Cara and Abe are on one side. Sarah and Laurel are on the other side, and Dan and Pete were kind of just playing the middle there, but there wasn't any heavy politics there. And then on the red team, it was pretty much Tyler, Paula, Tori, Brad, and Dunbar in one alliance, and they sent in Camilla and Brandon in over and over and over and over again. And in a weird way, I definitely do think the three-team format kind of weakened the politics within the season in a way, though I like the fact that they had three teams. So the next lowest score is the cast, which is at 18th. And I think a lot of the big time names took a break with this season, and they wanted to establish some of their newer rookie crop from like the last few seasons. So the Ruins newbies, the Fresh Meats 2 newbies, and some other people just haven't been on in quite a while. Brad and Tori, of course, had a big season as they were finally married here, and they really wanted to get Brad that win, and they accomplished that. Dunbar and Paula obviously fell out at the end there, and Dunbar got his win. Paula got screwed over yet again right before the final. Tyler came back after being off for a few years. He came back a different person. He was a lot stronger physically, and he got his win. Camilla was a polarizing newbie who got even more polarizing. This was arguably Brandon's only interesting season. Melinda hadn't been on the show in a few years. She was divorced from Danny, and she was essentially invisible. Chet was okay here. Mandy also didn't have much to do during the season as well, though she was kind of made fun of. Abram came back after a few seasons, and of course he had his long running relationship with Carmaria start, and that pissed everyone off. Laurel was even bitchier than usual, and she really came off as unlikable here, but it was entertaining. Sarah kind of was Laurel's henchwoman, and she also was very unlikable, which kind of carried over from Fresh Meats 2, but at least she made it to the end this time. Luke was boring yet again, and I see why this was his final season. Dan came into the season sober, which made him less interesting, but it's definitely better lifestyle-wise. It was best that he never came back. Aya was kind of just weird. Chiffon finally flopped for the third and final time, and it was over, though it was kind of pathetic. Vinny was pathetic. JD was a dad. Emily was a strong rookie when it came to her performance, and obviously her dynamic with Ty remained interesting. Jen had one of her quieter seasons personality-wise, though she still had that drama with Paula, though she still competed well. Derek, kind of there, invincible, kind of boring. Not surprising, he wasn't on for a decade after this. This was one of Johnny's normal, weaker seasons, so he got into his first with drama. Teresa had a drama with Camilla, then she was a ghost for the rest of the season. This will be Katie's final season for a while until All Stars, and you could tell she was over it. Ty was a complete disaster in an uncomfortable way. I think Easy was just annoying, and the other two, Emily and Derek, didn't really offer much, if anything. So in general, the cast was a relative mixed bag, and I'm shocked I talked about the cast for that long. The drama, there was a decent amount of drama. Laurel got into it with several people throughout the season. I already mentioned the dynamics with the great team. It was just a complete disaster. Paula got into it with Jen, Camilla, and then her team when they snaked her. Brad and Tori were just completely unlikable. They got into their several fights with people. Brandon and Ty got into it with a lot of people. Ty, in general, had a few nasty fights throughout the season. Laurel, Red, Eric, and I'm missing some. What I noticed about this season is that a lot of the fights are kind of just one-offs, and there's not a continuing narrative outside of the red team fighting with Camilla and the gray team's dynamics there, so I think that's kind of why. And then I had the format at 8th. So, like I mentioned, I really did like the 3-team format where the first place team, they won immunity. The other 2 teams had to nominate one person each, and then the people nominated had to face elimination together, and then one person would go home for that. It was very simplistic, and we saw the interesting dynamics between the 3 teams, and they kept it that way throughout the entire season. We would see the 3 teams kind of come up in a few of the Era 4 seasons, but they never kept it through the entire season. So overall, this is a solid enough, decent enough season without a lot of the main characters of the era. Not the greatest, but it's not bad at all, hence its placement here. At 14th is The Ruins with a median score of 16.5. Part of me is and isn't shocked that it's this high. Obviously, this season is way too toxic, which makes it a hard watch. But when you look at the parts, there's a lot of good ingredients in it. So when it comes to the scores, I ranked it 17th regarding the format. The cast was ranked 24th. The dramas was ranked 8th, and the politics was ranked 17th. So it's most definitely the drama that bolstered this season up higher than it otherwise would have been. So, anyways, this gets to the worst criteria, and that is the cast. So, on paper, it's actually a decent enough cast when you look at the champions. You have some older champs and some newer champs. Of course, you had JEKG, which are like the people who are somewhat running things in this era. They all got their recent wins. Susie won the Gauntlets too. She came back after a few years off. And she had a decent enough final season, especially when it came to the eliminations. Dorals and Veronica were older winners who hadn't been on in a while, but they didn't really fit in the best. Johanna obviously was mainly cast due to her drama with West post breakup and post getting that they clearly just wanted to capture. Cyrus is a very old winner who hadn't been on since the Gauntlet too, but he didn't really offer much in a nutshell. This is his final flagship season. Pretty much the same thing with Ibis. Of course, West was most of the drama for the first half of the season. You can tell that Katie and Tanya were kind of getting burnt out of the show, and even kind of Evelyn at this point in time, you can tell that she was starting to get over it too. When it comes to the challengers, Kellyanne and Sarah had great seasons. Casey's shtick was kind of old, but I guess everyone kind of counting her was somewhat funny. Dunbar didn't really do much of anything this season outside of a secret hookup with Kimberly, and the same thing with her. Brad completely lost it as the season went on due to consistently losing, and which led up to that fight with Darrell. Kahada had a kind of underdog run that was nice to watch. Danny and Adam didn't do crap, and everyone else who was booted below them on the champion side also didn't do much. So I think there are a lot of that on the challengers side, and when you look at the cast, there's a bit too much toxicity that kind of brings it all down. And the cast didn't have the best dynamic with one another, and a lot of the older people didn't mesh well at all. So when it comes, okay, so the format, I didn't care for the fact that it was champions versus contenders, winners versus non-winners. And it isn't shocking that a lot that the champions continued to dominate while the non-winners, which also had a few rookies, kept on losing. So there is that. When it comes to the politics, I will say that it was interesting seeing Susie kind of maneuver herself through the veterans team, and while they didn't show it, it's clear that there definitely was some cross-team alliances. There really wasn't much politics within the contender side because they kept on losing and they're trying to save it up. Veronica, of course, pulled her move that saved her from going into elimination that caused Evie's to go in and go home, and she herself had to kind of maneuver her way through everything, so it's okay enough politically, but it's not really that notable. And honestly, the savior or the main savior of the season is the drama, which is very, very, very high. There's a lot of, especially for a season within the first half of the show's run. At this point, it was 40 minutes, which was long for that time period, and is very memorable. Of course, you had Wes fighting with Kenny, which would carry on for the next few seasons. Evan was personally betrayed by Wes. This season was really the start of Bananas and Wes's feud, especially with the whole Evelyn situation where the two of them kept just freaked out on everyone within the team. Of course, Wes and Johanna fought several times due to the breakup and then them being on the same team. Darrell was unlikable this season with his fighting with Wes and Kellyanne, and then him and Brad pretty much fighting one another. Johnny, unlikable yet again. I think, yeah, he and Susie got into a few fights as well. Katie had her few meltdowns too, especially during her final episode where she snapped at Sarah here and there. Sarah and Kenny's dynamic was very off to watch. And of course, there's Veronica and Tanya, which was a after effect of the drama from the Inferno 3, which is honestly just very, very, very sad to watch, especially with how Tanya left the franchise and then getting into that fight and the homophobia as well. The entire situation was just sad. Overall, The Ruins has some of the most classic challenge moments, but there's elements of it that are just very predictable and very toxic. But I guess it doesn't have the worst of the worst of anything, and it's an easier watch because it's 10 episodes. And stuff that happens this season does carry over from prior seasons and into future seasons, so I guess that's why it's this high. At 13th is Dirty 30, with an average median at 15.5. So this season does have a lot of good qualities, so its placement does make sense, but there's some of the ickiness and negative qualities that does hold it back from being an all-time good or a great season. So when it comes to the categories, I ranked it at 27th with the format. I ranked the cast at 10th. I ranked the drama at 18th and the politics at 17th. So the format. Obviously, this is the season where they decided to do redemption for the first time. I guess Axis 2 had their own version with the Exile twist, but pretty much this is the season that had the redemption twist, and they did a huge purge in the beginning so they could justify the first redemption. I didn't really like how they handled it. And then they did it hold on. Yeah, they had 3 rounds of redemption. The first one, obviously, they each had to compete against one another in tournament style, and the final 2 who made it went back in, i.e., Tony and Jenna, though they were just booted. The second one was based off of like an eating competition or something along the lines of that, where Anissa and Hunter came back. And the third one was just pretty crappy. And how they handled the third redemption overall is pretty much if you won the daily, you get you get the power to immediately eliminate someone from the game without sending them into elimination. So that happened during the third redemption, and it really just took away from it. But outside of that, we had was it the Kelp? No, it was that pull thingy where pretty much you had the choice to save someone or to backstab someone and send them into elimination. That part I did like, and we did. Oh, I think it's the double cross, and we did see that in Final Reckoning. But the redemption twist really just ruined things with the season, and the pacing was also just pretty bad as a result of it. So the second lowest category is the drama. There was a decent amount of drama in the season. We had the Young Bucks versus the veteran guys. There was a lot of good drama with that, especially though we had Nelson punching Derek, which caused him to go home. Nelson was just very aggressive this season, uncomfortably so. Hunter had his feud with Kayla and Jordan, kind of. So there's a lot of back and forth there. Corey had his actually, no, that's not a part of the drama. And then with the women, we eventually had Jenna and Kayla versus Camilla and Carmilla. That drama I did think was good. Tony versus Camilla also had a hilarious feud, but there's a few really, really icky, disgusting, and honestly racist fights that happened. The first incident is with Shane and Simone, where they're initially talking about race, and then he got mad because Simone talked for unambiguous black people and stated that mixed people are different, so he decided to physically assault her. That situation just really rubbed me the wrong way, and then of course there's the whole Camilla and Leroy situation, where she decided to be racist to him. She said several slurs at him and supposedly other black people at the time. and then she wanted to throw like weights at him, and it was very uncomfortable to watch, and they completely botched how they handled that situation. And there's also the Jordan saying that Jimmy had Down syndrome face as well. So a few really, really icky, uncomfortable situations that really just hold the season and the drama back. When it comes to the cast, it's actually a pretty good cast for the most part. You could tell that they went out of their way to cast a lot of the big names. So Camilla, Cara Maria were huge names at the time. Jenna and Kayla were. Jenna was kind of a big name too. She had a few seasons under her belt. Kayla was emerging. Jing Veronica was the OG who hadn't been on in a while, and this was clear after the success of Shane in the prior season. Anissa came back after a few seasons off, and so did Jemmy. Yeah, because she dealt with the Knight's death, so she took a few seasons off. She came back here, and then sorry, just briefly, Darrell came back. Actually, no, he continued his comeback after the last season. Derek came back after being off for the entire era, though he didn't really add anything to the season. Jordan came back after a few seasons. This was a relatively quiet season for Bananas anyway, though there are obvious big names. Dario was a dud this season. We had Nelson, Corey, and Hunter. They had very good dynamics with one another. A lot of the newbies that they had here really didn't add much of anything outside of Tori and all the earlier booths. Obviously didn't get much of a chance to do much of anything, hence them being here. But overall, it's a pretty solid cast with all things considered. And then when you look at oh, I forgot. Tony also had a very huge season here in more ways than one, too. So when it comes to the politics, I ranked it at 7. On the men's side, we had the Young Bucks versus everyone else. Though it was mainly just the Young Bucks versus the OGs, and Jordan was aligned with the OGs like CT, Derek, I guess Leroy at this point, though he was an OG, and Banana. So that dynamic kind of carried through the season. On the women's side, we had Jenna, Kayla, Camilla, and Carmilla initially aligned together against the weaker women like Veronica, Anissa, Brittany, Jamie, and then the foursome kind of split up afterwards. Honestly, if it wasn't for the few really, really icky situations and the redemption format and a few stragglers within the cast, the season could have been an all-timer, but 13th is high enough. At 12th is the Inferno 2 with an average median of 14.75. So obviously this isn't as good as the first Inferno, but it's still a very worthy follow-up. And for an Era 1 season, this is a very high ranking. And when I'm looking at the scores, it's pretty interesting. I ranked it at 15th regarding the format. The cast, I actually ranked it at number 2. The drama, I ranked it at 12. And with the politics, I ranked it at 30. So if it wasn't for the politics, this season would have been a few spots higher, pretty much. So with the politics, I couldn't really find any politics within the season. There wasn't a whole lot happening there. When it comes to the badasses, it's mainly just Veronica, Rachel, and Tina wanting Tanya gone. So a lot of that was mainly just petty drama, not personal strategic gameplay. And apparently there was like a vet alliance with like the likes of sorry, Abram, Darrell, Brad, and Derek might have been involved in it. Oh yes, there's a lot of talk about Abram and Mike being aligned, and that caused for some tension, but it didn't really go anywhere. And on the good guys, I don't remember there being much focus on the politics either. That's why I ranked it so low in that category. So when it comes to the format, I ranked it at 15th. I feel like the Inferno format is okay. I did like the fact that each team has to nominate someone, then they have like a veto like competition where they can save one another to get a life shield or to get the life shield themselves and potentially use it. And then a replacement nominee would have to be made, so that part I did like. What I don't like about the Inferno is that there's so few eliminations, even compared to the Gauntlet, where a lot more people get sent home. And because there's so few eliminations, most of the cast end up making it to the end anyway, so I think that's why I ranked it at 15th. When it comes to the drama, I ranked it at 12th. So there's definitely a decent amount of drama here, especially for an era one season. There, obviously, we had Tanya fighting with Tina, Veronica, and Rachel for a lot of the season. That got uncomfortable after a while due to them taking pictures of her when she was nude. We had the mess between Beth, Robin, and Tanya that happened very early on in the season that was very intense, where Robin pretty much slut shamed Tanya. Tanya pretty much said that Robin's relationship with Mike was a bitch. Then Tanya realized that Beth sold her out, so they argued back and forth. So Tanya grabbed a bunch of Beth's stuff and threw it in the pool, and then Beth was unsafe. Beth also picked a few fights with her team before she dipped. Quickly, I remember Tina and Abram having a very tense argument. Darrell and Abram started snapping at one another here and there, and there might be some other examples that I'm just missing at the moment. And when it comes to, hold on. Okay, yeah, I ranked the cast at second when it comes to the cast, which is actually kind of shocking. But I think one of the main reasons why I did that is because the cast was actually very, very small. And especially within this era, they definitely benefited from a smaller cast because more people got focused on. I think the only outright duds within this cast is like Shavonda and John. Beth had her villainous arc where she was really playing it up. Robin had a decent short run. Jody pretty much got caught in a sloppy gameplay and it cost for her to get booted mid-season. Kurama had his fight with CT. Dan had his final season where he was a lot bitchier and he's pretty much trying to be the fourth wheel when it comes to the three evil women. And then he got into it with CT at the end. Veronica, Tina, and Rachel are seen as iconic, though they went too far. Tanya had a really good season here. You can definitely tell that Julie was calming down after she made a fool of herself on the first Inferno, though you definitely still saw some of the messiness there. I think she was married too, so maybe that was one of the reasons why. Mike had a really great final season, performance-wise and personality-wise, though you could definitely tell that he was having it up for the cameras to the point where it was kind of annoying at times. Landon had a strong first season, and despite his archetype being pretty boring, he seemed like someone who could have fun. Sorry, Jamie was also a dud too. Durrell had his moments here and there, but he was yet again just very under the radar and not the most notable. Abram had a very good season here. CT was just as unlikable as ever, and Derek was decent, and Brad had his Reggie. Overall, it's a good season, though I don't think it's one of the best of the best, hence its placement here. So, the final season in the second top half, and just missing the first quarter at 11th, is the duo, which has the average score of 14.25. So this is a season that I really, really, really liked the first time, and I've liked it every single time I've rewatched it. But a part of me knew that it wasn't as good as I thought it was, where initially I had this at number one, number two, number three, but the more I've rewatched it and the more I actually broke down the categories, I realized, yeah, it definitely doesn't deserve that spot. So with the categories, I have it at number one with the format. I put it at number eight with the cast. When it comes to the drama, I put it at 23rd, and with the politics, I put it at 25th. So the lowest category is the politics, so let's get into it. From what I remember, the likes of an no, an Evan, Derek, was CT in that alliance? I'm not too sure. But um Robin, DM, Kina, and Jody were in an alliance that pretty much stuck true the entire time. The people who weren't in the alliance tried to get something together, but it ended up failing. There was the moment where Evan and West talked about staking and targeting CT, but it didn't fall through. So West kind of just let West kind of let Evan kind of take the fall for that, causing him to be eliminated. by CT. But otherwise, there's really not a whole lot happening when it comes to the political element of it. And it also didn't help that pretty much the entire cast agreed to target the real world Key West right off the bat, so it kind of made things boring and stagnated when it came to that. And I put the drama at 23rd because while there are some definite notable moments when it comes to the drama in the season that's still heavily remembered today and in more recent years, there wasn't a lot of drama throughout the season at all. Of course, there's Tina punching Beth that caused her to get DQ'd. Beth was hated yet again by a lot of the people, so that was kind of fun. Anissa got into it with Paula. There's, of course, that racist fight between Robin and Anissa that definitely dinged it down. Um, Wes and CT had that huge blow up where CT got eliminated. I think Svetlana got into it with Brad and Beth, but outside of that, there really wasn't a whole lot to it. I remember editing the dual video that's on my Vimeo, and it was very, very, very short, even shorter than some of the other seasons that are more often than not deemed boring at around this era. So that's really it when it comes to the drama. When it comes to the cast, I placed it at 8 and definitely benefited from having a small cast. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think this cast was a bit smaller than The Duel 2, so I think that might be one of the reasons why this season's so much better than The Duel 2. Tina wasn't there for a while, but she had a notable moment with her punching Beth. Paula was a rookie who didn't get a chance to do much, but she faced off against Anissa. Casey was an utter dud this season, though a part of it was due to her being booted early. Fresh Meat were also the next targets after Key West. Beth continued her run arc that lasted midway through the season, though she was screwed. Robin, unlikable due to that racist moment, but even still, she didn't have a whole lot going on, since I think this was her first season post-Mark and she didn't get a whole lot of screen time. Kina came off as pretty disappointing post the Gauntlet 2, and the strong character and performance really just wasn't there. Kind of glad this was her last season. DM had her romance with CT, which was huge, and it definitely added a lot to the season. Anissa was an underdog this time around. She had to win several eliminations, and she had a fair share of conflict too. Svetlana is seen as one of the best one season wonders. Jodie was boring here, no doubt about it, but it's clear she was focused on the win, and she definitely beasted it, won, and dipped. Johnny Bananas and Tyler didn't get a chance to do much of anything here. Kenny was definitely boring this season, though I think a part of it was due to him being booted so early, so he didn't really get a chance to do much. Nehemiah had his interactions with Beth here, which was kind of endearing, but outside of that, he didn't do much either. I remember Derek picking fights with Beth here and there, but outside of that, he didn't do a whole lot either. Being Easy or Eric, he was kind of just there for a lot of the season as well. He didn't really do a whole lot here, but he didn't piss me off. Evan got to shine this season performance-wise. He had his decent moments here and there. Brad came close to winning, but he didn't. Brad, whenever he drinks, is always kind of just scary because he turns into such a loony, though he's such a normal guy when he's not drinking. CT is a huge character this season. He got into his fair share of drama and he beasted a lot. And Wes was still annoying this season, but he wasn't as intolerable as he was in Fresh Meat. But he got his win and he had his fair share of moments too. And then, of course, the format I ranked it at number one because it's just an individual season. You have to win as individuals, you have to compete as individuals, and there's only two finalists, so you really had to fight to get there. And I really like the format and the chain that they do after each daily, where the daily winner has to choose one person to save, then they do that. Sorry, until there's one person left that will be going to elimination, and then they have to choose their opponents as anyone but the person who won. So, very strong season, but it's not the best due to the lack of drama and politics. At 10th is The Gauntlet 3 with an average score of 13. So this season's always kind of been a guilty pleasure season of mine, and I think I hold a higher opinion of it compared to a lot of other people, so I'm not too shocked with the placement here. So When it comes to the format, I ranked it at 18th. The cast, I ranked it at 17th. The drama, I ranked it at 7th. And the politics, I ranked it at 10th. So the weakest score is the format, and I think I don't mind the format per se because there's two large teams. The winner decides to save one person from the losing team and opts to send someone into elimination while the losing team has to vote the other opponent. Seems pretty simplistic, and that part is fine. I think my issue with the format this season is the one man left behind rule that they did for the final. It ended up working out for this specific season due to the mess that happened, but it would be hugely unfair and intolerable on other seasons. And I just think there are better formats, hence it being 18, which still isn't a low score. Now, when it comes to the cast, I ranked it at 17th. And I think I ranked it this low mainly due to the newbies, like the first timers who didn't really do much of anything. Like, who's Alex? Who's Angel? Brooke's somewhat notable, but still, Who the hell is Zach? Who the hell is Derek? And even on the rookie team, there are a lot of people who didn't bring a whole lot to the season, like Tyree. I guess Janelle and Tyler flamed out early. They had their moments here and there. Uh, MJ didn't do much of anything again, same as Ryan, despite him making it to the end. Rachel didn't do much of anything. The rookie team was really carried by Frank, Jillian, though even she was kind of boring without her underdog storyline. Johanna, Nehemiah, Tori, and Melinda. I think the vet side is a lot stronger. Bananas had his early memorable flameout. Beth was actually a lot calmer this season, so that was kind of a shock. Cora had a huge season. It was kind of sad seeing her struggle to adapt to the new era. Casey, I think out of anything, Casey was kind of just boring. She had a weird showman's hookup with Bananas, but she didn't do much this season despite making it to the end. Katie always a joy to watch. Daniel's annoying as heck, but easily his best season. Robin was kind of calm this season, though she adapted well to the new era. Paula didn't do much this season outside of that weird match with Derek. DM was completely invisible throughout the season. Evelyn had her arguments with Cora, but even she was kind of under the radar. Kenny was an asshole, but he was overshadowed by Evan and CT being huger assholes to the point where Evan completely showed his ass, and CT's relationship with DM kind of broke up here due to it. Eric wasn't memorable outside of his huge flameout in the final. Brad started his showmans with Tori here, which obviously is important, and Adam had his moments. And of course, his feud with CT continued here. So I feel like the vets and a few of the rookies on that team really carried the cast. So the politics, I ranked it at 10th because there definitely was some of that on both sides. Obviously, on the veteran side, the vet man decided, okay, we're going to get rid of a lot of our women, and especially the older women, i.e., a Beth, Coral, Katie, and Robin was on the list at first, but she got off it, which was impressive on her part. They claimed it was because they were weaker, but it was really because they couldn't be controlled as the newer era vets. So there is that, and of course the women were fighting back against it. Danny tried to make that deal with the other team to save him, which was suspicious because they all knew that the other team had people from his Real World season on it. And speaking of that, the Real World Austin team and Tori really had all the control on that team, though Frank and Jillian got to the end just based off of spite and them winning out, so they couldn't really take them out. And yeah, that's relatively it regarding the politics. It was interesting in that element, though definitely problematic in today's sense. For the drama, I ranked it at 7th. On the rookies team, we pretty much had Frank and Jillian versus the Austin Alliance. That was the drama that carried through the entire season. I already kind of talked about Key West flaming out here in Janelle, Tyler, and Bananas. Bananas was backstabbed by Evan and CT. That was a thing earlier on. We really saw the toxicity of Danny and Melinda's relationship here. Koa fought with Evelyn, she fought with CT, she fought with Kenny, she fought with Brad, Katie fought with a few people here. Frank really caused some drama with a few of the men on both teams as well. Adam and CT continued fighting here. CT even fought with DM, so it wasn't a good look there. Overall, I just think it's a very good season, which is why it got all of its scores within the top half. But it doesn't hold up compared to the seasons above it, hence it only being at 10th place here. Just from the commentary that I've seen from the fan base overall, it seems like we all kind of agree that the Gauntlet series is just heavily flawed with each of the three seasons, and I think the Gauntlet 3 is definitely the best, despite all of that. At ninth is Final Reckoning, which has the median score of 10.75. So let's look at the scoring. And this is very interesting. With the format, I gave it a score of a 31. The cast, I gave it a score of 5. The drama, I gave it the score of number 1. And with the politics, I gave it a score of number 6. So there's a clear, obvious median here that really weakened the season, and that is the format where everything else is ranked top 6. So it just shows how much the format dropped. And honestly, I'm shocked that I ranked the format only as 31. I'm only assuming it's that high because a lot of the older seasons had flat formats. But yeah, let's talk about the format at 31. What else really needs to be said? It had redemption yet again, but it was worse here than it was in Dirty 30, where the redemption people have the double cross. And if you don't have the double cross, and if you don't choose someone to face, you're going home. You could be chosen by the double crosser or have the double cross several and lose the elimination several times and still be in the game, which we saw with Polly and Natalie for like 70% of the game. So that part sucked. They did male male, female female, male female pairings this season, and they did a lot of weird stuff to neutralize it, and it just really wasn't successful. And in addition to what I just said, they also started bringing in mercenaries to join the game. So Ashley and Hunter joined roughly around the halfway point of the season, and then Corey and Devin joined this season like 3 quarters through. It was just a complete disaster. And it was hard to keep track of who was in the game and who wasn't. And then the final was just a mess as well. Yeah, very sloppy, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing stuff when it comes to how horrible the format is. And it's one of the reasons why the season is ranked so low in a lot of fans' opinions. But everything else about the season is great. So when we talk about the politics, where I ranked it at 6, we have the merger of the Young Bucks and the Lavender Ladies Alliance, which have been formed over the last 2 to 3 seasons individually, but they all linked up together because they had more numbers and some of them were partners and they really wanted to take over the show. It was them against Bananas and Tony, Brad and Kyle, and Cara Maria and Marie. So there's the back and forth there. Then you had the Big Brother people and Polly and Natalie and Jose and Devon just fighting to stay in the game because they're such easy targets. They saved one another several times, but they never actually got to play in the game together. So whenever it was just one of them, so like Jose and Devon, they were kind of seen as the floaters, and then when it was Polly and Natalie, who were eventually in the game, they were seen as the floaters there, and it made both pairs kind of untrustworthy. So that was kind of the dynamics that was happening throughout the season. Of course, we had Zach and Amanda pretty much taking themselves out because they couldn't come up with a choice with who to choose, whether someone from Zach's side or Amanda's side that needed to face Jose and Devon. So there was all of that going on and other intricacies that I'm sure that I'm missing out on, but you kind of get the point with what I'm describing. And the cast I ranked at 5th, and I definitely do feel like this is a good cast. So you still had OGs like Bananas and Maria who could hold their own with everyone else. They're era 2 people. Brad was continuing on with his comeback post divorce. He brought a lot of interesting stuff to the season 2. he and Shane held it up for the era one people. Shane was as messy as ever. He got into it with so many people, and he was seen as the leader of the Lavender Ladies Alliance and was just a complete and utter menace. Unfortunately, that was the best of the era one representation, where CT and Veronica really didn't offer much in the season, and they're kind of a weird pairing too. So them going home and them having that flare up in the Redemption House was the best that they were going to offer here. Even some of the pairings were a bit weird when you look at it, where this is essentially a singles four, and a lot of the pairings were stretches, while others made sense. Like Brad and Kyle, I don't remember them having an issue. Josh and Sylvia, that was very minor. I guess, hold on. I'm kind of looking through. I guess the rest of Jemmy and Jenna, that was a huge stretch. Heck, even Devon and Jose really made no sense if you watched Big Brother 18, but whatever. Um, yeah, and then we had most of the Lavender ladies and the Young Bucks come here. They offered a lot to the season, and they had a great dynamic with each other and a lot of the castmates. And of course, you had Big Brother representatives in Devon, Polly, Jose, and Natalie that held their own against the super top vets and were entertaining in their own right. And then we had people in their second seasons like Melissa before she screwed up for herself. Cam and Kaylee had huge seasons here. Josh performed well, though the personality front was still relatively lacking. And overall, it's just a very, very good cast with strong dynamics, and I feel like the rookies and everyone else held their own. And it's one of the last seasons I can really say that for, at least with Era 4. And the drama, I ranked it at number one. Do I even need to go through everything? I probably can't even remember everything. I think this was the second longest fight video that I made on my Vimeo, but it makes sense. Obviously, Kayla and Melissa got into a physical fight right away. Bananas and Natalie had their issues. This was the start of Kyle versus Cara Maria, and Polly went at Zach and Brad because they were hazing him, essentially. Johnny Bananas took on the Lavender Lady several times throughout the season, and then he had several fights with uh, the Young Bucks, which eventually led to Devin coming in and those two having that bad moment, and then Corey and Tony got into a physical fight. Devon got into it with Shane and the Lavender Ladies a few times. Jose and Shane's fight was hilarious. We had Marie fighting with the Lavender Ladies. So same with Cara Maria throughout the season. Forgetting something. Oh yes, we had that nasty fight between Natalie and Haley at the Redemption House, and then there's just so much happening here. I can't even describe it all. But yeah, it definitely deserves number one. Overall, this has the ingredients to be a really, really a top tier season when it comes to the cast, the politics, and the drama, but the format really, really held it back. But it didn't hold it back too much because it's still in the top 10. At eighth place is a tie, so I had to use my first impressions list to break the tie between this season and the next season. They're from Era 2 and Era 3, and my opinion on this season, based off my first impressions, is a lot lower than the other season. So at eighth, I do have Fresh Meat 2 with a median score of 10.5. So the scores that I placed for Fresh Meats 2 is I gave the format an 11, the cast I gave 15, the drama I gave a 14, and the politics I gave a 2. So it really seems like the politics rose this season quite a bit, though it didn't have low scores in anything to begin with, so it probably would always be roughly around here. So the lowest score that I gave the season is the cast, and I definitely do think that makes sense. I think the rookies are a lot weaker here than they are in its predecessor, i.e. Fresh Meat 1. Carly was okay for what she brought. Laurel was a beast and was one of her calmer seasons. Pete was decent enough. It's kind of a shame he never came back. Nora was a complete dud. Teresa was annoying as hell with her male obsession. Luke was boring. Mandy was someone that I actually liked, and the only one out of the first few boots that brought anything was Brendan during his final episode. I was shocked Carmaria came back since she brought nothing. It was kind of irritating as well. Clearly, the veterans carried the show, where obviously the season was pretty much Wes versus Kenny, with Evelyn and Danny being on Wes's side, and then you had Jillian, Sarah, and Paula be on Kenny's side. Jen had her moments throughout the season. Ryan was arguably at his most interesting here. And the alumni fresh meet, kind of like the CJ and the Caitlins, they were okay, but just okay. Sarah had a huge fall after her first season, and Paula was took the shot for Kenny. It's ironic that Sarah and Paula ended up being such because of the male identified ways, and Darrell didn't bring anything this season anyways, but he would go on a long hiatus after this. So the cast does has a decent enough dynamic, but there's a decent amount of weak links here, which is why I ranked it at 15. So the drama I ranked it at 14th. A lot of it was clearly carried by Wes versus Kenny, and you could tell that was by design. It was interestingly enough, but after the first few episodes, it mainly turned political than dramatic. Of course, we had the fight between Jen and Mandy, where Mandy called Jen all sorts of bitches several times, and Jen pushes her and throws a drink on her. That was something. And then what we really start to see here is Wes picking fights with his allies. So he picked fights with Danny as he threw him under the bus. Evelyn joined in on Wes too, and it was kind of the same thing with CJ as well, who ended up aligning with Wes and Evelyn. Of course, there's that big fight between Danny and Brandon that took place earlier on in the season. And then the season kind of ended with Evelyn really kind of ripping Luke a new one, and it just wasn't a good look at all. So the drama was decent, solid, but it's not the high of the highs. So the format I ranked at an 11 because at 11th because it's pretty simplistic. The winning pair gets to choose one pair to automatically go into exile, and then the rest of the house has to vote the other pair to go into exile, and then the two people nominated have to go into exile where one wins, one loses. Very simplistic, but it's very effective here. Not too complicated, which is the way that the challenge needs to make it. And then obviously the politics is ranked at number 2. This is arguably the most political season ever. It initially started with Kenny and Noel not having the numbers because, there's a decent enough split in the beginning where both sides kind of agreed to come to a truce so they could take out Darrell and Carmaria. But then Wes turned on Kenny as Sarah and Paula were used to take him and Laura out, but then Sarah and Paula ended up going out. Then things started to slowly shift since they were sending in either Kenny and Laurel or Jillian and Pete to go into elimination. So the numbers started to slowly switch, and with Wes and Evelyn kind of overplaying and them being scared once Kenny or Jillian won power, they started throwing their own allies under the bus, which we saw with CJ and his partner and Danny and his partner. And then Jen and her partner and Ryan and his partner were kind of playing the middle the entire season. Initially, Wes kind of set Jen up to do it, but she was doing such a good job at it where she did eventually flip on him with Ryan. So then the house became Team Kenny near the end of the season, where Wes and Evelyn were kind of on their own, and they went out later on in the season. It was great to watch. Overall, Fresh Meat 2 is definitely a good season. It has drama, but it's not the toxic kind. It has a decent enough cast, though it has some weaknesses, a simple format, and a lot of great politics, hence its spot here. At 8th is the other season that was tied with Fresh Meat 2, and with the same overall median score of a 10.5, which is Battle of the Exes 2. I initially had this lower, but that was a mistake, so I'm glad I double checked everything last minute. And oh, okay, I see why they got the same score when I'm looking at all for the scores. When it comes to the format, this season is ranked at 26th. When it comes to the cast, it's ranked at 4th. With the drama, it's ranked at 9th. And with the politics, it's ranked at 3rd. So it's really the format that held this season back, where it probably would have been a top 5 season otherwise. So we might as well get into it. So it has the similarities with the first X's, where the winning couple of the daily is the power couple. They get to send one couple to go into elimination, where the other couple automatically getting last will cause them to be sent into elimination. And then they battle it out, and whichever couple wins stays in the game, whichever one loses goes home. So that part is very simplistic and very good. But the issue with the format is they decided to do an Exile twist, and they didn't tell the cast about it, like at all throughout the season, unlike Dirty 30 and Final Reckoning. So after a couple is eliminated, they are stuck in exile where they have to wait for the next eliminated couple, so they can fight to stay in exile for the chance to come back. If you win the exile, you stay in exile. If you lose the exile, you're gone for good. And the worst part about it is that we didn't even see the exile on TV. So it's like you did this twist, but you're not even seeing it on TV. And the person comes back from exile, in this case Bananas and Nani, very late in the game, where it kind of just halts everything. So the next lowest category is the drama, where I ranked it at 9th. There wasn't a whole lot of drama in the beginning of the season. I remember Johnny and Avery not getting along at all, and then that kind of carried on towards Nani. Teresa, Wes, Bananas, and Nani started arguing a decent amount earlier on in the season, so there's definitely that dynamic. And then we saw some other issues with certain couples individually, like Jordan and Sarah, especially at the midpoint. Janae and Zach did not get along at all. Zach was kind of caught playing both sides there. But as the season got closer and closer to the end, the drama got more and more and more intense. We had Jordan and Wes going at it right before Bananas comes back in the game. And then Jordan and Sarah and Nani and Bananas kind of used Nani and Luay to take out Wes and Teresa, which obviously pissed off Naya. That's where we get the infamous Hurricane Naya, where she called Nani a cum-guzzling slut several times. And then we move on to the next round, where Sarah and Jordan decide to turn on Bananas and Nani, where they were thrown into elimination against Leroy and Naya. That caused a bunch of hell, where most of the cast just started ganging up on Sarah and Jordan. Then it caused Naya to go at Jordan, where she put his bats down, and then she pointed at his penis to call it a vagina. That caused her to get kicked out. And I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch of other stuff when it comes to the drama of the season, but it's very good. So with the cast, I ranked it at 4th. I initially thought that it was the X's theme. That was why the cast was pretty boring, but that wasn't the case. I just think they casted that season poorly. But when you look at the cast of Battle of the X's 2, it definitely makes sense, and they definitely fit the theme. So Destin and Jessica did have a fling, and he did ghost her. Thomas and Haley had history from their real life way before they're on reality TV. TT and DM was a lazy pairing yet again, since they're already paired beforehand. But things turned out differently for them. John and Simone, if you watch Are You the One, they had a history. Ryan and Jemmye were real life exes going back to the real season. Adam and Brittany kind of falls into the John and Simone situation. Avery and Johnny were real life exes, so were Zach and Johnny. Wes and Teresa only hooked up like 5 years ago at this point, but they had an interesting dynamic. Same thing with Johnny and Nani and Leroy and Naya. That situation was literally just a blowjob. Jay and Jenna were exes from their real life way before reality TV, and Jordan and Sarah had a minor hookup in Rivals 3. But overall, the cast had great dynamics with their partners and with one another, which is why it was so dramatic and political, and you actively wanted to watch the more the season were on, unlike the first exes where it was just boring as F. And then the politics, I ranked it at number 3. Obviously, this was the season of West versus Bananas, but West actually had the leg up for most of the season where he was able to get Bananas and Nani out. He had a lot of the numbers. He was kind of pinning the likes of Zach and Janae, Alira and Naya, Avery and Johnny, and all these pairs against one another. And he and Teresa were really playing it well. But he didn't realize that Sarah and Jordan were kind of playing both sides, and they were doing it better than Zach and Janae were, where Zach kind of got caught. Wes kind of used Leroy and Naya to take out Zach and Janae, who was someone he was aligned with. Jordan kind of caught on to Wes's game, and then when Bananas came back, Leroy automatically flipped back to Johnny and away from Wes. That caused Wes to be thrown in, and then Sarah and Jordan turned on Bananas and Nani, and that was also a huge thing. There's a lot of politics in the season, and it was a really great watch. Honestly, if it wasn't for the Exile twist, the season would be the top of the top of the top tier. But overall, it's still ranked pretty high, so you can't really complain about it much. At sixth is War of the Worlds 2, which has a median score of 10, and this is the final season that has a median score in the double digits. So, looking at the categories, I gave it a 10 in the format. The cast, I actually gave it a 27, so that's interesting. The drama, I gave it a number 2, and the politics, I gave it a 1. So clearly, the cast has the weakest score at a 27, and I'm honestly, part of me is shocked that I ranked it this low, but now that I'm thinking about it, I guess I have to realize why. I think the reason why I put it so low when it comes to the cast, I think it has to do with the British side. They were obsessed with building up UK at this point in time, and they decided to not cast any American rookies, which I think was a mistake, especially because when you look at the rookies that were on the season, they really didn't offer a damn thing, and they were really, really, really weak. It was really the veterans on both the UK side and the US side that really carried the season. And even looking at the UK side, there are people like Kyle who didn't offer anything. Josh was still at his most boring ever, and that isn't a high ceiling at all. Faith who quit, so there was that. But otherwise, I definitely do think the cast kind of held it on, but it was mainly the American side and the UK rookies like a Theo, not rookies, the UK vets like a Theo, Rogan, and a Georgia who are kind of holding it together. And I guess turncoats like D and Turbo as well. I don't. And it's a large cast too. I'm kind of shocked with how large the cast is, but I guess for a team season, it kind of made sense. But overall, yeah, there's a lot of red t-shirts on the cast, especially on the UK side. That's why I ranked it so low. Anyways, the format, I placed it at 10th. I did like that we finally got a team season, and it was a team season where there were a lot of eliminations, so you still had to fight a long way to get to the final. The winning team chose 3 people to be in the tribunal. They listened to the interrogation of the losing team. The losing team voted in one person to go into elimination, and then the Troika or the Tribunal, whatever version of it is in this season, could choose to vote in anyone from either team to go into elimination. I really like that twist. And then the winner of the elimination can turn coat and join the other team. That I found to be pretty cool as well. So the team format in this season really worked out. You really had to fight, and it wasn't like most of the cast was just making it to the final either. So I think the format was very strong. Now, when it comes to the drama, I ranked it at number 2, and I don't even know if I can go over everything. This season literally has the most drama out of any season, and I remember because I made the full version on my Vimeo channel, and that was like it was over 2 hours for sure. It's like 2 hours and 15 minutes if I remember correctly. So we had CT and Josh in the beginning. There's that pen incident with Faith that caused her to leave. Wes kind of went with Jordan and Bananas and Josh, and it caused him to go early. Laurel snapped on her team, And then there's the fight, her fighting with Natalie during the elimination, which ended up being a humiliation ritual for Laurel. Bananas and Polly had issues, which led to Josh and Polly having issues. Rogan, Theo, Bear, and Josh did not get along throughout the entire season. And Cal tried to insert himself in it too, but no one really gave a fuck since Cara and Polly were icing him out. Cam and Leroy had issues with Nani later on in the season. That was interesting to watch. Kaylee and Georgia had beef throughout the season. Theo and Polly had issues with Polly kissing Theo because he's really sexually attracted to him. Uh, Turbo and Jordan had issues throughout the season that blew up that eventually caused Turbo to leave the game. Dee had her drama with Rogan that would start here and carry on into the next season. And there's so much more that I am positive that I am missing. There's always like several fights throughout one episode, and they didn't need. This was the first season that had that hour and a half format, and this was the season that warranted it, where most of the seasons after it really just didn't. And the politics was ranked at number one because while it was billed US versus the UK, it really wasn't that. It was mainly Team Cam and Polly versus Team Jordan, Tori, Theo, and Georgia, kind of. That was kind of the dynamic. So there are people in both alliances on both teams. So whenever the UK team won something, like that time where they won that late game daily, and they are planning on throwing in Ashley against Tori, Cam and Katie already plotted ahead of time, which is why they threw in Georgia. We had the standoff between Wes and Bananas, where it seemed like Bananas, Josh, and Laurel won initially over Wes, but then Laurel and Johnny did too much where they threw the chance to try to get Cara Maria in, and then they were both taken out immediately after that. And there's so many other intricacies. CT was kind of playing both sides with Turbo and kind of Idris, but he pulled it out the best. He flipped at the right time, and yeah. Overall, it's a very, very good season, and it's a prime example of what a team season would look like in the modern day, but they unfortunately just don't do it anymore, which really, really, really sucks. If it wasn't for the weak rookie cast and some of the red t-shirts on the Brit team, overall, this season would be higher, but it's still pretty high, just missing the top five. At fifth is Rivals 2, and I'm not shocked that this season got this high. It's a very strong Rivals sequel, and it really holds its own. So when it comes to the category, I ranked it at 5th with the format, 16th with the cast, 6th with the drama, and 11th with the politics. So with the cast, I placed it at 16th. It's still pretty high, but not as high as it could have been, and I think it's due to some of the rivals pairings being relatively weak. I don't think there's much there for Emily and Paula to be rivals, though it was nice seeing Paula calm and rational during her final season. Frank and Johnny being paired together over a Twitter beef was stupid as hell, and it makes sense why there's nothing there for the feud because they got along the entire season. Obviously, we all know that Carmelia replaced Naomi, who left due to family matters. Anissa and DM were paired together due to something that happened on the duel, which at this point was like 7 years ago, so that was a huge stretch. And Preston and Knight had issues from their season. Nani and Johnny, I don't remember them arguing much during the last season, so I don't know what that is. Ty and Leah was also a dumb pairing. They never really had any issues like that. I think Sarah and Trisha was also kind of a stretch, but I guess they're trying to make Battle of the Seasons more, the lore in that season more strong and more relevant, so they cast a bunch of random pairings from the last season as well. But a lot of the seasons and a lot of the pairings do make sense. Even Dunbar and Tyree, that didn't make much sense. But overall, I did like the cast. We saw CT and West work well together. CT had a whole bunch of drama this season with DM, Marlon and Jordan, and some of the others, and they all teamed up against Bananas. Frank went toe to toe with a bunch of the veterans, so that was nice to see, though he was still annoying AF. Johnny Bananas was still Johnny Bananas, causing drama wherever he went. Brooke was kind of annoying, especially with her issues with DM. Carmen was kind of just there for a lot of the season. Jordan and Marlon made a strong rookie pair when it came to the drama and the personality point of view. Camilla had her other Camillator freakouts. We saw more of Jemmye and Knight. Deanne was kind of a villain this season, or at least that's how she was portrayed. And also, she's going through different medications since her cancer came back, so she was going through a lot. Aneesa had that one awful fight with Trisha, but then she was kind of calm. Preston and Knight were kind of there. Knight was awful. Uh, Jasmine and Teresa didn't. Jasmine didn't have much to do this season at all. Teresa had her feud with Jordan, which led to her departure, especially with her poor politics. Zach was unlikable as ever. Trey, Derek, and Rob were boring. Trisha was unlikable as ever. Sarah didn't get much to do as she was pulled again due to a partner. Anastasia and Jessica were kind of just there. Dunbar was over it, and Tyree was, yeah. So overall, decent enough, but still could have been better. So the politics I ranked at 11th, and I think it was mainly the format that helped out the politics. You had CT kind of wooing a lot of the women because they are the ones who controlled the men's fate this season. They're still the main vet alliance that was a thing this season. And you kind of saw a lot of the rival pairings kind of working together, which tends to happen with a lot of rivals seasons. I'm trying to remember why I put the politics this high. Frank fit in with a lot of the vets, which was kind of cool to see. Paula and Emily ran the season with a tight leash, and as they won so much, and they never went into elimination. And I'm sure there's other intricacies. Oh yeah, you had Bananas and Frank trying to do a bunch of crap as well. Jordan and Mollen had to kind of maneuver their way through the season as rookies, and I'm sure there's other stuff that I'm just kind of forgetting about. But yeah, I do remember there a decent amount of politics, though the specifics isn't something that I remember right now. The drama, I placed it at 6, and there's definitely a lot of drama. We, of course, had the whole Anastasia, CT, and DM thing, with CT and DM essentially going through the entire season where DM lost control for the first time. Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention for the politics, a lot of those women were working together, but then they kind of fell apart at the end once Cook and Carmaria won the daily. We had Frank fighting Jordan, CT, and a bunch of other people. I already mentioned Bananas, Wes, and CT going at it through the season. DM got into a fair share of arguments with a lot of the women throughout the season. Marlon almost beat up Knight because he made like a blatantly homophobic joke that wasn't funny at all. Jordan got into his fair share of drama throughout the season. That was fun to see. And overall, the drama was very consistent throughout the season. And then the final category that I have to talk about when it comes to Rivals 2 is the format. So obviously, it's the same. Actually, no, it's almost the same as Rivals. Obviously, the winning pair gets to choose someone to go into. No, I'm trying to remember. Do the winning pair just. I think the winning pair just gets immunity. Anyways, the house of the other gender gets to vote for who goes into elimination from the opposite gender. And there's politics here. That's why a lot of the vet women they kind of picked on Derek and Rob, especially during those first few rounds because they were newer and didn't know anyone. And I really like seeing that the men controlled the women's fates and the women controlled the men's fates. That was a really interesting part of the season, and I felt like they did it better here than they did on the Battle of the Eras. So yeah, overall, Rivals 2 is a very strong season with a good amount of drama, politics, a good format, and a good enough cast. At fourth is Battle of the Seasons 2012 with an average median of a 9.25. And this one really, really shocked me with its placement because every time I watch it, I get a bit of an icky feeling towards it, but I guess it isn't as toxic as some of the most toxic seasons, hence its placement. So when I look at the scores, it has a 9 in the format, a 20 in the cast, a 3 in the drama, and a 5 in the politics. So it's clear that the cast weakened it, though it only got a score of 20, so it's not the worst of the worst. I think the thing with this is that with Battle of the seasons in general, it's always going to be bloated because you're casting so many people from so many different seasons, and a lot of those people are going to be duds. Like, who's Lacey? Who's Mackenzie? Who's Preston? Who's Laura? And even Trey didn't do much in the season either. Who is JD? Heck, even Ashley and Sam really weren't relevant throughout the season. The only way Sam was relevant was when she was dealing with the likes of Frank, Zach, and Marie. Frank and Zach, for better or the worse, were some of the stars of the season, though they were very, very, very unlikable and annoying. They definitely got the most focus on in the season. Dustin had his only good season here from a personality and a competitive point of view. It's interesting seeing Trishelle and Alton come back after so many years and a completely new era. It might have been 2 eras since their runs, really, where they're on a completely new cast. Well, Trishelle kind of fit in, Alton definitely didn't, and you definitely saw it in his behavior, and them interacting with the younger Las Vegas people in Nany and Dustin also led for an interesting dynamic. I did like the Brooklyn team, though it was mainly just Chet, Sarah, and Devin who were kind of interesting to watch. Derek was unlikable this season, but it was overshadowed due to Frank and Zach being aligned with him. And it's interesting, people are shocked at his behavior in 41 due to all this. Johnny kind of gave pick me vibes throughout the season, though she came off very desperate here. Marie had a very good run this season. Rob was okay, but he didn't do much until the very end. Jasmine was kind of forgettable this season. CJ was kind of dull, though he was with the likes of Derek, Frank, and Zach the entire season too, so he had his unlikable moments. Jeremy and Ian Knight had their moments throughout the season. The Fresh Meats team of Camilla, Eric, Brandon, and Carmilla was a complete mess. It was nice seeing Danny and Melinda post-divorce being supportive of one another and that arc kind of closing, and Wes had his second early flame out in a row. When it comes to the format, the winners of the daily gets to choose a team to go into elimination, while the other team that gets last automatically goes into elimination, and then the team that's facing elimination has to choose a man and a woman to go into elimination, and I believe they choose the type of elimination that they go for. This pretty much repeats until the end of the season, where there are times where an entire team is wiped out, since there are around 7 or 8 teams, give or take, and then through the season, some of them get completely exterminated. And I like the simplicity of the format with this season. That was much better than its prior the Battle of the Seasons format. So with the politics, I ranked it at a number 5, where most of the rookies pretty much agreed from the beginning that they're going to get out the veterans at this point in time, which is something that rarely happens in a rookie majority season. So I do give them props for pulling it off with them getting rid of all of Austin and Fresh Meat right off the back. They failed to do that with Brooklyn because Brooklyn won when they needed to, and then they blended in during the second half of the season. We then saw the majority line start to fall apart while Las Vegas kind of pissed them off, and it became clear to the other teams that the majority alliance, or the people who really mattered, were Cancun and San Diego. They ended up pissing off. Was it New Orleans? I already mentioned that they pissed off Las Vegas, but they ended up pissing off St. Thomas as well, who were expendable near the end. New Orleans was in the alliance, but they just kept on flopping in the challenges, so they were exterminated. And then there's points where Cancun and San Diego were targeted during that mid portion of the season, but they kept on winning at important moments. So it wasn't like they were completely unscathed as well. So I did find the politics to be pretty interesting in the season. And then the drama. There's so much drama in the season. There's always several fights within one episode. It initially started off with San Diego kind of getting hazed, as well as fresh meat just fighting each other. We had the moment where Knight picked several fights with Nani, which ended up with Camilla and Jemmy getting into it in the limo. Uh, Alton had to deal with CJ, Frank, and Zach several times of the season. The Las Vegas team themselves were kind of a mess at times. There's a lot of infighting with the guys and the women. San Diego had a lot of infighting during the middle of the season, especially with Frank, Sam, and Zach. Then we had later on in the season, we had that huge fight that pretty much started with Derek and Nani, but then it ended up with Frank getting into it, then Rob and Derek having their moment. Then it ended up with Marie pushing Derek to defend Rob, but then Derek fell on Sam. That pissed off Sam, who wants to go at Marie. And then it ended up with Nani and Dustin arguing with Frank, where Frank brought up Dustin's camera work, and then Duncan like half that hat punched Frank, and then Alton was pretty much over the entire experience. Then there was the situation with Marie going against Cancun and San Diego. Marie and Rob going against San Diego and Cancun right at the end of the season. And I'm sure I missed out on a bunch of the drama. So overall, I do think the season kind of suffers from not having the strongest cast. There are definitely some red t-shirt people, and I do think a lot of people just don't like the season because there are too many rookies, because no one wants to give new people a chance. And I'm referring to the families overall, so I think that's why the season has such a negative stigma. Though a part of you does just feel nasty watching it, and I do think that's definitely a problem. So it'll be interesting to see where the season places once I combine this list to my first impressions list, where I doubt it's going to stay at fourth. Though when you look at the separate categories, it does hold up in a lot of ways. The bronze prize of third place and the final era for a season is War of the Worlds, or otherwise known as War of the Worlds 1, which has an overall median of 8.75. Honestly, I was shocked that the season made it this high, because while I loved it during my first watch, subsequent watches had me just liking the season, and my opinion of it kind of went down. But I guess when you break down the individual categories, it holds up well. So when it comes to the format, I ranked it at 13th. The cast I ranked at 3rd. The drama I ranked it at 15th. And the politics I ranked at 4th. So the drama is where I actually have it the lowest, but 15 out of 40, that's still a high enough bar. So the season starts with Theo calling Ashley Eminem and her losing her mind, and Nani's cement with Chase flaming out immediately. We, of course, had Bananas versus West during the short time that he was in the house for. Hunter and Amanda found themselves on the outs due to their actions on Final Reckoning, and then we kind of see Hunter and Amanda's relationship just deteriorate throughout the season. Kyle versus Polly and Carmaria continued this season, though it was mainly just Kyle and Polly just fighting over and over and over again, which the cast got annoyed by. Zach and Carmaria also happened because she found him to be relatively fake. Leeway and Cam were not on good terms this season at all. And then we had Devon and Bear be a very dysfunctional partnership. Bear and Georgia had their fair share of ups and downs this season. And then this turned into Bear and Devon eventually going at West throughout the mid portion of the season. Then we had that random blow up, or the random series of blow ups between Turbo, Ninja, and D. And then Hunter and Turbo also had a huge blowout, and I'm sure there's a bunch I'm kind of missing out. So there's a lot of good drama here, but it just isn't the best of the best. And then the format is 13th. Honestly, the format for the first half or the first two-thirds or whatever of the season was actually very good. The top three pairings got into the tribunal where they would each nominate a pair, they'd interrogate each pair, and then they'd have their individual votes to choose which of the three they were sent into elimination. The pair that was nominated for the interrogation that has the most votes goes into elimination, and the person who goes into elimination has to call out anyone who's not in the tribunal. Great format, brilliant format. It really worked. It was very simplistic. The cast knew what it was. The cast could play around it. They could plot around it. Sometimes you'd have to choose to face your enemies or the friends of your enemies. And it's pretty much you have to back up your talk. It was great. The issue is, because they wanted a longer season, they changed the format where they made it individual, but it was still pretty much the same format. The top three performers in the tribunal, they would nominate three people depending on whether it's a guy's day or girl's day, and then the person out of that three that were nominated that had the most votes were sent into elimination, then they'd call someone out. Same thing, it just kind of took away a lot of the momentum that was being built up with regarding the pairs, but it was still fine enough, hence it being at 13th, though the momentum definitely died down a bit. So when it comes to the politics, I ranked it at 4th, so you definitely see Polly and Camaria running the house with their partnerships and the people that they kind of had on their side. They took out a lot of their enemies, i.e., Zach. Wes was responsible for bananas being taken out. I guess Devon was somewhat with them, but not as close as before. Um, we mainly had the UK people gets together, so like the Theo, Georgia, Bear, Zahida, or whatever. And due to that, their partners were kind of forced in that. Oh, actually, two, and their partners kind of forced in that pairing. Cam and Devon were also working together, but then that fell apart. Josh and Amanda were just by themselves. They kind of had to cockroach themselves. But then on the other side, you kind of see like the likes of like Jenna, obviously Zach, Nani, and those type of people who are on their side. And I don't think Polly and Carl were that in with them. And then we saw Wes really play a more masterful game politically, where he made deals with several people. He targeted his enemies. He really started teaching the game. And then, of course, he and Polly and Carmaria made that deal where it seemed like they're going to target one another. So there's a lot of nice intricacies when it came to the politics of the season. And then the final category of the season that we need to talk about is the cast. And this is another scenario where the vets mainly carried it, and unlike the Gauntlet seasons, people who did two seasons, who are on the second season, were considered veterans, i.e., Polly and Avon. They both had great seasons here. Wes came back after being off for a few seasons. He had one of his strongest performances ever. Carmaria was becoming more unlikable this time around, especially with her and Polly being in an official relationship this time. It was interesting seeing Hunter kind of being coached by Wes and him playing without Nelson and Coy for the first time. Kyle had an underdog run this season where he was consistently being targeted by Polly and Carmaria and had to fight to get to the end game. It was nice seeing Nani come back after being off for a few seasons. You could tell that she had the thirst for the game. This was Cam's calmest and most irrelevant season, but even she had a few moments. Jenna and Zach's relationship toxicity was shown on the screen yet again, and they both had some drama with Amanda that I forgot to mention earlier that carried over from last season. The three of them had their moments. I talked about Leroy having his issues with Cam. CT and Natalie were huge duds this season. Even Johnny and Ashley had their moments. The thing is mainly with the rookies, where half of them were really good, i.e. Turbo, Thea, Ninja, Maddie, though she kind of faded out after a while, Georgia, Dee, and Bear had good seasons. Ashley had a moment or two. Josh had a moment or two. But the rest were duds, i.e. Gus, Shailene, Zahida, JP, Julia, Liz, Alan, Chase, and Morgan. So they definitely kind of weakened things. But the fact that they're still at number 3, due to the dynamics between the Brit and the US people and the rookies versus the Venice, and the dynamics of the season more than makes up for a quarter of the individual deaths that were on the cast. So overall, it still holds up really well. And I think this is the best of what Era 4 has to offer without it having the Era 3 remnant and them really trying to push the international thing here. The silver prize of second place goes to the Inferno, or otherwise known as the Inferno 1, which has an average median of 8.25. So I knew that this season was going to be high, but I was not thought that it was going to be this high, and it's one of the few Era 1 seasons that has aged well when it comes to all of the categories that I have here. So regarding the format, I put it at 14th. The cast, I put it at 6th. The drama, I put it at 5th. And the politics, I put it at 8th. Alright, so there's a lot going on here. So with the format, I put it at 14th because I just feel like while the Inferno format isn't bad in itself, I do feel like I don't like how little eliminations there are in the season and how most of the cast are automatically in the end game and going to final just due to the format where at least in the Gauntlet season, more people are eliminated throughout the season, so you have to earn it a bit more. But otherwise, I like the idea of nominating one person per team. They compete in the Life Shielder competition where they can save themselves. And then it's kind of like the power of veto equivalency in Big Brother. And then if the nominee wins or someone uses it on them, they can name a replacement nominee. So that part I did like. And that's really all I have to say about the format. It's not bad, but there's much better formats that have been developed post the Inferno one that cause those to be ranked higher than this in the format. So with the politics, I ranked it at 8, and for an Era 1 season to be this high regarding the politics really is something. You got to see Veronica really come into her own politically this season. She had that momentum from the last season in the Gauntlet 1, but she really improved on it here, where she got a lot of the numbers on her side, and she got them to throw quite a few of the life shielders to her so she could save her ass and so she could get Katie out, though that part wasn't successful. And then you really had Coral coming into her own here strategically. Her and Mike, they're on the same side again, where they weren't really on the same side on the Gauntlet, where Coral never really went in. She kind of weaponized when she would nominate herself, so she wouldn't officially have to go in, which Julie correctly clocked. Um, and then Veronica and Coral won the final life shielders to save themselves. CT came up with the plan to kind of maneuver it so Leah could go in and go home instead of any of the more important people in the final round. I thought that was kind of interesting. And then we had the Road Rules team pretty much convince Kendall to nominate herself, so Timmy wouldn't go in because they didn't want to lose him. Little stuff like that just shows the intricacies regarding the politics of the season. And for an Era 1 season, that's very good. So with the cast, I ranked it as a 6. So it's still very, very, very high, but it's not the highest. Doral had his showmance with Kendall, which was something. He was a bit more present here than he was on the Gauntlet. Abram performed really, really, really well this season. While he had his crazy moments, it wasn't too crazy or disturbing. Katie had a huge season here where she had a huge underdog storyline, kind of like Sarah from the prior season, but I felt like Katie had more personality there. Kendall had a decent one season here. Timmy was pretty funny and he was a good performer. Veronica was just iconic all the way around here. But we had Shane and Jeremy who didn't do much at all during the season. And same with Christina, so that was kind of disappointing. Coral, her best moments come from the season. That's the best way I can put it. CT was a promising rookie from here on out. Sorry, just he was a promising rookie just from the season from a character and a competitive point of view. Mike had yet another showman, and he had his fair share of dramatic moments too that haven't aged the best. Cyrus had his good comedic moments, same with David, though David never really performed well. Leah was decent enough. Judy was insane, and it felt like they actually, like the editors, went into her craziness. Trishelle had an early flame out, and I felt like Mallory and Ace were duds. So yeah, I felt like all the newbies but CT and Leah were complete duds this season, and I think that's why I didn't rank it higher than 6, despite all the good with this cast. And then the drama. Some of the most memorable drama happened this season. Of course, we had Trishelle's early flame out with Mike and Coral. Then we had Coral and Julie's conflict that took over several episodes. And the entire situation is just iconic as hell. Then we had Katie and Veronica fighting several times throughout the season, though their final fight was at the end when Veronica was covering herself because I think she just got out of the shower. Then they're screaming at each other's lungs out. Then there's the Leah elimination, where Leah and Kendall are literally doing their elimination, where Mike and Kendall are yelling at each other. CT and Leah are yelling at each other. Then Veronica and Katie are yelling at each other. It was just crazy. And then Coral kind of did the same thing during the Julie elimination that Mike had to yell at her because, like, why the F are you doing this? And I'm sure there's other drama that I'm missing, but this season definitely brought it with the drama. And it's just a great season all the way around, and it's held up over 20 years later. And I feel like the producers knew around here that they got a show. And despite all this goodness, it just couldn't beat the number 1 season. But the fact that it got number 2 and it's the final Era 1 season that got this high is a testament to how good The Inferno is. And unsurprisingly, number 1 goes to Rivals, or otherwise known as Rivals 1, which has an average median score of 5.25. So part of me was hoping that something would take over Rivals as the obvious number 1. I don't even think it's number 1 based off my first impressions list, but I guess we'll see in a few minutes once I upload that list. But with the categories, I ranked it at 3rd regarding the format, 1st regarding the cast, 4th regarding the drama, and 13th when it comes to the politics. So the lower score is in the politics. So I don't think the politics of the season is bad per se, since we had most of the cast gunning for CT and Adam, and there's a lot of action in the end game when it came to people prioritizing themselves and all of that jazz. And there were politics, but I think it's kind of disappointing because most of the house was aligned at one and it's due to the format of the season. So the people who would have been aligned on one side, like a Wes, a Nehemiah, and an Evelyn, were forced to work with like the Evans, the Bananas, the Paulas, and the Evans because they were all partnered up with one another. So it led to this one huge alliance, and the Kyra and Laura were also on the underlings of the alliance. Jen and Mandy kind of finagled their way in there. And yeah, the politics really just aren't that interesting, though. It's not bad. There is some action, but when you go through it, there's just not a whole lot to delve into there. So that's why the politics is only at 13th. When it comes to the drama, I ranked it at 4th. Obviously, some of the most memorable feuds and fights happen in the season. Of course, we have CT arguing with a lot of the men, which we saw with him arguing with Kenny and Bananas a few times, but obviously it was his arguments with Wes early on in the season that's very well remembered, and they were great. He even had showmance drama, hookup drama with both Mandy and Laurel that were kind of interesting. Penny and Wes kind of got along in the beginning, but then as the season went on, they just completely derailed and they ended up hating one another, which we saw them arguing several times in the final. It's the kind of same thing with Nehemiah and Evan, where their relationship just deteriorated more and more, where they really did not like each other by their boot episode. We saw Jasmine and Jonay arguing a few times with one another, but when ops like Teresa and Camilla came up to them, they had each other's back. That was great. Cara Maria had a lot of the house kind of just picking at her and Laurel, and it got to her once they made that location change with that huge fight. And then Laurel went in on Paula because Paula was being her pick me self. And then, of course, Tyler jumped in unnecessarily, though he got mad at Paula because she voted him in over Kenny, and then he argued with Leroy, which kind of came off as very cringe. Jen and Cara Maria had their fights around a bit before the location change, which were great to watch. And I'm sure I'm just missing so much more. There was a lot of drama, especially for this period in the show's history, and the drama was very memorable. It definitely lived up to the Rivals format. And it made sense because the cast were actually rivals. So that was it for the drama. The format was very simple but effective. You're paired with someone that you do not like from your same gender. Pretty much the winning pair got to choose one person to go into Yeah, the winning pair gained immunity. The house voted for one person to go into elimination against the other person who went to elimination because they got last in the challenge. They fight in elimination, then one comes back, the other goes home. Very simplistic. They alternated between guys' days and girls' days. The one thing that kind of annoyed me is that I wish there were more eliminations before the end game. There weren't that many eliminations before then, but I think that's due to the amount of rivals that they cast. There was a whole lot of them. But otherwise, it's a very good format. And then for the cast, I placed it at number one. Of course, they got a lot of the big names of this era, and they did it because apparently the show was on the verge of cancellation after the last 2 or 3 seasons. Of course, we had Johnny and Tyler who got along this season, but they had a lot of history and they had their moments with other people. Evelyn and Paula, their rivalry wasn't as much of a rivalry, not really, but they got along well. It caused them to win. They were a lot calmer, or at least Paula was for most of the season until that Carmery and Laura thing happened. But Evelyn, she was a lot calmer. You can tell she was kind of over the show. She wanted to win, and she bounced. Kenny and Wes had a very tense dynamic that's been building up for seasons and seasons, and they weren't performing that well, but once they got into eliminations, they did their thing, but then they grew to dislike one another more and more. Cara Maria and Laurel did not like one another for a lot of the season, but then they ended up being close again and actually being friends by the end. They had a lot of good moments there. Yuri was initially paired with Adam, where they had issues on the Real season, but then Adam got kicked out due to his fight with Ty. Oh, I forgot to even mention that in the section, in the drama section, so that he got his friend Michael, who was clearly a fish out of water. Jen and Mandy had a lot going on this season individually, but they got along as a pair. Adam and CT seemingly ended on good terms, though. Part of me felt like CT did it because he wanted the producers to realize that he can be workable. And I think Adam felt that it was disingenuous on his part. Adam had that gross match with Jen. Jasmine and Johnny were great rookies. Maya and Evan's deteriorating relationship was fun to watch, though Evan ended on a bad note with just his poor performance and his alleged throwing. Sarah had a humbling downfall, which is always great to watch. Caitlyn was just there, and it showed that she just wasn't meant for the show. Brandon didn't do anything. Ty, during his short time, caused a bit of drama. Same thing with Camilla and Teresa. Tyree and Davis were just duds this season, though Tyree did enough to hook up with Jasmine that got them paired up in the next season, and Anissa and Robin didn't have much to do here, though them being paired up here for something that happened 5 or 6 years ago was just odd. Overall, Rivals is a classic season, and it's seen as one of the best, if not the best, by many for a clear reason, and its number one spot here explains it all. So, while I conclude things, I'm going to show a few lists. The first one is going to be the list based off of everything that I covered over the last 4 hours. I did not expect this video to be 4 hours, but hey, it is what it is, where I highlight the season based on the era they are in, and then in the brackets, I put their median score. So, as you see here, we have at the bottom, just a bunch of Era 1 and Era 4 seasons. Then the rest of them are kind of spread out within the upper half for the most part when it comes to Era 1 and Era 4. Era 2's kind of in the middle two tiers, so 20 to 29 and 10 to 19, that's where most of Era 2 is, with the exception of 2 seasons barely making it to the top 10. And then Era 3 has about 5 seasons in the middle here. 5 or 6 seasons in the middle two tiers, and then the other 4 are at the top of the top of the top of the top. So just to go over the list, number 1 is Rivals, number 2 is The Inferno, number 3 is War of the Worlds, number 4 is Battle of the Seasons 2012, number 5 is Rivals 2, number 6 is War of the Worlds 2, number 7 is Battle of the Exes 2, number 8 is Fresh Meats 2, number 9 is Final Reckoning, number 10 is The Gauntlet 3, number 11 is The Duel, number 12 is The Inferno 2. Number 13 is Dirty 30. Number 14 is The Ruins. Number 15 is Cutthroat. Number 16 is The Gauntlet. Number 17 is Battle of the Bloodlines. 18 is Total Madness, 19 is Rivals 3, 20 is Free Agents, 21 is Invasion of the Champions, 22 is Vendettas, 23 is Fresh Meat, 24 is The Duel 2, 25 is The Island, 26 is Battle of the Exes, 27 is The Inferno 3, 28 is The Gauntlet 2, 29 is Battle of the Eras, 30 is Battle of the Seasons 2002, 31 is Ride or Dice, 32 is Battle of the Sexes, 33 is Double Agents, 34 is Battle of the Sexes 2, 35 is Battle for a New Champion, 36 is Spice Lice and Allies, 37 is Challenge 2000, 38 is Extreme Challenge, 39 is Road Rules All-Stars, and 40 is Real World versus Road Rules, or Weird World Road Rules Challenge, however you want to say it. And now I'm showing you my first impressions list. And this was the list that I used and created once I started reviewing each of the seasons. So as I did each season and posted the video, I created this list. And as the seasons went on, obviously the list got longer and longer and longer and longer. And this was automatically just based off my immediate instincts after I watched and reviewed the season, just based off instinct. So it's interesting to see how much this has changed compared to the other list that I just showed you once I broke it down into more quantitative and qualitative categories where I really had to look deep. And here is my list based on first impressions. So number 1 is The Duel, number 2 is The Inferno, number 3 is Battle of the Exes 2, number 4 is War of the Worlds 2, number 5 is Rivals, number 6 is Rivals 2, number 7 is The Inferno 2, number 8 is Free Agent, number 9 is War of the Worlds, number 10 is Cutthroat, number 11 is Fresh Meat 2, number 12 is Invasion of the Champions, number 13 is Fresh Meat, number 14 is Vendettas, number 15 is The Gauntlet 3, and number 16 is Dirty 30, and 17 is The Gauntlet 2, at 18 is Final Reckoning, at 19 is The Duel 2, at 20th is The Gauntlet, at 21 is Battle of the Eras, at 22 is Battle of the Sexes, at 23 is Battle of the Seasons 2012, at 24 is Total Madness, at 25 is The Ruins, at 26 is Battle of the Exes, at 27 is Battle for a New Champion, at 28 is Rivals 3, at 29 is Double Agents, at 30th is Battle of the Seasons 2002, at 31 is Challenge 2000, at 32 is Red or Dice, at 33 is The Inferno 3, at 34 is Battle of the Bloodlines, at 35 is Spice Lice and Allies, at 36 is Extreme Challenge, at 37 is Battle of the Sexes 2, at 38 is The Island, at 39 is Real World Road Rules Challenge, and at 40 is Road Rules All Stars. So I feel like when people immediately rank seasons or when they immediately think of seasons, I think they go based off of their first impressions. And that is an important element to it, especially as you watch it and you just go by your immediate instinct. You're not thinking about all the categories, you're just going by, I like the season. I didn't like the season. The season was okay. So I do think it's important. And when you look at this list, you see things are a bit more scattered. Of course, you see like 6 of the Era 1 seasons are in the bottom quarter, but the other 4 are a bit more spread out, even compared to my other list. Era 2, it's a lot more spread out actually throughout all 4 of the categories. There's a few in the bottom quarter, there's a few in the top quarter, but a bunch of them are in the middle and spread out, though. You see a lot from like the 10 to 19 area. So I guess that's my immediate impressions on a lot of the Era 2 seasons. Era 3 is shockingly a lot more spread out. Of course, you have 4 in the top 10 and a few in the 10 to 20, but there are definitely a decent amount that are in the bottom half, just based off of my immediate impressions. And looking at Era 4, they're actually a lot more spread out than I thought. Only 2 are in the bottom 10, though there's a few within the 20 to 30 category, and and there's not much in the top half. Only 2 are in the 10 to 20 spot, and 2 are in the 1 to 10 spot. So that's pretty much it for my immediate first impressions video. And the next list I'm going to show is where I combine both of the lists. And that is the list that I'm going off of, since it's immediate impression and more quantitative. or qualitative, my bad, or a combination of both, quantitative and qualitative. And now here is the list that I've created based on using my first impressions list and my qualitative category rankings because it does combine the immediate feeling of what do you think about a season right after you think of it and when you're not thinking about it too hard, and once you dig into it deep and looking into the categories. So at number one is the Inferno 2, sorry, the Inferno 1 with the median of 2. At second, I have Rivals with, I keep on misspeaking, Rivals with a median of 3. At number 3, I have War of the Worlds 2 with a median of 5. I broke the tie. There's a few ties here. I broke the tie, I believe, using the qualitative category rankings. So that's how I broke the tie here. At fourth, I have Battle of the Exes 2 with a median of 5. At number 5, I have Rivals 2 with a median of 5.5. At number 6, I have War of the Worlds with a median of 6. And I broke the tie here using the qualitative category rankings. At number 7, I have The Duel with an average median of 6. At 8, I have Fresh Meats 2 with an average median of 9.5. Broke the tie using the qualitative category rankings. At number 9 is The Inferno 2 with the same median of a 9.5. Yet again, there's another tie here. I broke it the same way, but I don't feel like I need to consistently repeat that as I go through the list. So at number 10 is The Gauntlet 3 with an average of 12.5. At 11 is Cutthroat with the average of 12.5. At 12, I have Battle of the Seasons 2012 with an average of 13.5. At 13, I have Final Reckoning with the average of 13.5. At 14, I have Free Agents with the average of 14. At 15, I have 30-30 with the average median of 14.5. At 16 is Invasion of the Champions with the average median of 16.5. At 17 is the Gauntlet with the average median of 18. At 18th, I have Vedas with the average median of 18. At 19th, I have Fresh Meat with the average median of 18. So there's a three-way tie here. At 20th, I have The Ruins with an average of 19.5. I have At 21, I have Total Madness with the average median of 21. At 22, I have The Duel 2 with the average median of 21.5. At 23, I have The Gauntlet 2, which has the average median of 22.5. At 24, I have Rivals 3, which has the average median of 23.5. At 25, I have Battle of the Eras with the average median of 25. At 26 is Battle of the Bloodlines with the average median of 25.5. At 27 is Battle of the Exes with the average median of 26. At 28, I have Battle of the Sexes with the average median of 27. At 29th, I have the Inferno 3 with the average median of 30. At 30, I have Battle of the Seasons 2002 with the average median of 30. At 31, I have Double Agents with the average median of 31. At 32, I have Battle for a New Champion with the average median of 31. At 33, I have The Island with the average median of 31.5. At 34, I have Red Eyes with the average median of 31.5. At 35, I have the Challenge 2000 with the average median of 34. At 36, I have Battle of the Sexes 2 with the average median of 35.5. At 37, I have Spice, Lies, and Allies with the average median of 35.5. At 38, I have Extreme Challenge with the average median of 37. At 39, I have Road Rules All Stars with the average median of 39.5. And at 40, I have Road Rules versus Real World with the average median of 39.5. And that concludes my challenge seasons rewatch review series. It took about a year, give or take a few months, more or less. I'm not really sure, but it was really interesting to watch how the show changed within the time span of almost 3 decades to see all the people who came in and out of the franchise, the format changes, and through these seasons, you saw what was happening, not only just with reality TV, but with life in general. So that was very interesting. I'm still definitely going to make some more challenge videos here and there, especially when it comes to ranking like the winners, ranking people within certain eras and stuff like that. So that's definitely still going to be a thing for sure. And talk about certain subjects within the challenge for sure that I'm going to talk about here and there. The next series that I'm thinking about is covering survival. So I'm thinking about okay, so like a year and a half ago, I was always planning on doing Survivor after the challenge, but I wasn't really sure about it once the Amazing Race cast for this most upcoming season coming up, where a part of me wanted to do that so I can catch up by the time of this season airing, but that clearly isn't going to happen. I might do both shows at the same time. That would be very interesting, but I'm not too sure about it. But whatever I do decide to do with which show I'm going to recap next, which means I'm going to be trying to upload like fight videos and stuff like that on the other channel while and after this is happening. I'm probably going to start it next year, so I have 4 more months until that will be a thing. But yeah, anyways, thank you all for following me on this journey, and I'll be back with more soon. Bye!